Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning,
We'll now
Mr.
be hearing
Livingston.
from James Wilson, if he can be sworn, please.
Thank you.
If you just repeat after me. I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
You can take a seat, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you gave a statement to the inquiry on the 15th of November 2021. Chair, that's at DPG 00003, and that's that to be adduced in full, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, that's the one at tab 1 of your bundle. And then, Mr. Wilson, you also gave a statement in other proceedings and as part of a judicial review claim in September 2018. That's at reference GDW 00001. I'd ask for that to be adduced in full as well, please, Chair.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wilson, I'll refer to this as your 2018 statement. Hopefully it will be clear as I'm asking questions which statement I'm referring to, but if I've ever not made that clear, then just ask, please. So because those two statements are adduced into evidence, I won't be going through every paragraph in each of your statements in full, but I'll just be asking you to focus on some issues. Is it correct, Mr. Wilson, that your current role is as Deputy Director of Detention Action?
Yes, that's correct.
But from June 2016 to December 2018, you were the Director of Gatwick Detainees Welfare Group,
Yes, that's correct.
GDWG. And in that role, in summary, you were responsible for the charity's day-to-day operational and strategic activities, line managing other staff members, working with volunteers, and frontline work, including visits to detained people.
Yes, that's correct.
We heard evidence from Ms Pincus yesterday. She was the Senior Advocacy Coordinator at the time. Were you her manager at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
But did you also do the type of drop-in sessions that she talked about doing?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, firstly, I want to ask you about, for contextual purposes, about the relationship between your organisation and G4S and the Home Office prior to the relevant period. You'll know that the relevant period is April 2017 to August 2017. Looking first, and you don't need to turn to it each time, but I'm just referring to paragraph numbers in your statement so that the transcriber can put them in. But in paragraph 25 of your 2018 statement, you say that in July 2016, just after taking up your post, you met with Dan Houghton of G4S, Paul Gasson from the Home Office, and Neil Davis, who I think was G4S Head of Visits at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say that you were told at that point that G4S were keen that your work centred on social visits. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And throughout your time as Director of GDWG, was that a common theme?
Very common theme. Very much, yes.
And is it fair to say that there was some dispute between you and your organisation and G4S and the Home Office as to the limits of GDWG's role?
Yes, very much so.
You say that you then met Ben Saunders, who was the Director of Brook House, of Gatwick IRCs actually, in August 2016, and you refer to this at paragraph 26 of your 2018 statement. Do you remember what was discussed then with Mr. Saunders?
Yes, I'm not certain on this point, but I think the previous meeting, that first meeting I had with Paul Gasson and Dan Houghton and Neil Davis, was prompted by me. I was relatively new. I'd just come into post.
Yeah.
I understood from my predecessor that the relationship, that there could be work done on the relationship. I reached out to them for that meeting. I think Ben Saunders then subsequently contacted me directly and asked for a meeting. But I'm not certain on that point. I mean, I remember the meeting being fairly amenable, but he did very much emphasise that he saw our role as being there to do social visits, as they would repeatedly put that, only. And he referred to, this was also a common theme of meetings, 3 particular incidents from the past where he felt we had stepped over certain lines.
And when you'd taken up your role, so that was in the summer of 2016, when you were given your handover, as I assume there was some sort of handover, how was the relationship with G4S and the Home Office described to you at that point?
In my handover with my predecessor, Nick Eady, he said that, I think his phrase was that we didn't really have a relationship with management. I subsequently learnt about the draft MOU that had happened in the previous months before I started. But I mean, my predecessor phrased it as there wasn't really a relationship, and he said it would be very good if we could have a relationship with management.
So you saw it upon taking up the role that there was an importance of building up a relationship with both G4S and the Home Office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I, just for sort of context, my previous role to that had been as a service manager at the Red Cross Family Tracing Service in London. We were going into detention in the Heathrow centres, and my team had had some success in increasing access to the centre there for family tracing purposes. So I guess I had some perhaps naive, perhaps slightly arrogant optimism, but I thought that I could help us build a more cordial relationship.
Thanks, Mr. Just one thing, you'll know that the transcribers are taking a note of everything you say. If we try and slow down just a little bit, it's obviously very normal, and I would do the same, but just if you can try to do that, I think that would be appreciated. In your 2018 statement, you say that after that meeting with Ben Saunders, so that was summer 2016, then coming on to 2017, in February 2017, you tried to secure the use of a desk in Brook House alongside welfare officers. Was that in the welfare office?
Yes. Yeah.
And what was the reception to that proposal at that time? Do you remember?
So this, there was precedent for that happening. We knew from other organisations. Actually, again, in my Red Cross role, we'd managed to do that, to start having some access in the welfare area at Heathrow. And I know there are other charities, including my current employer's Detention Action at Heathrow, who have a similar arrangement where they have times to go into the welfare space.
So sorry, just to clarify, so you were aware that other NGOs
in
other centres had a desk or some sort of presence in the welfare office, which means inside the actual centre, yes?
Yes, okay. Which has numerous advantages, not least, we've always referred to, I'm sure we'll talk about our drop-in surgery arrangements. They were never, in my time, truly drop-in because people had to pre-book appointments. A desk in the welfare area further into the centre could be a genuine drop-in where people could come, so it would be much more accessible, particularly to vulnerable clients. But sorry, to answer your question, the response we initially spoke to the welfare officers that we were in frequent contact with. We usually had a very good relationship with the individual welfare officers and had very positive impressions of them. And our impressions of them were always that they invariably, I think, that they were doing a very good job, but were very stretched, very short-staffed. They were very positive about this idea. But the proposal was then escalated, and it was then declined by management.
Did they ever give you a reason for why it was declined?
No, I think I said in the statement that I checked back, and I wasn't able to find, even while at GTWG, a sort of written list of reasons. But it was Dan Horton and Michelle Brown, I understand, that turned that down. I think the only reasons we were given was that there was no need, and that the welfare officers wouldn't have capacity to support us in coming in and doing that role.
So they were suggesting that you being there alongside the welfare office might increase the amount of work that the welfare office had to do, whereas your point presumably was that it might actually decrease the amount of work that the welfare office had to do.
We felt confident it would decrease that work, and indeed that was the impression we were getting from the welfare officers themselves.
Yeah. Did you consider that response from G4S was a genuine one? Do you think that they genuinely thought that it would increase the work and thought that there was no need, or did you see that as an excuse or a fig leaf?
It's hard to speculate.
Sorry, Mr. Rose, I don't really want you to speculate now. It's more, at the time, that was the response. What was your thinking when you got that response?
I didn't know exactly what was behind it. I don't think it surprised us in the context of other messages we had around sort of suspicions or lack of clarity around our work. The reasons didn't make sense because our impressions were the welfare area was very busy. There were large numbers of vulnerable people. We were seeing lots of clients, so there was a need. And again, it wasn't. Again, if they'd spoken to the welfare officers, I don't think they would have said we don't have capacity to support this charity being there. So it didn't. Those didn't make sense as reasons.
Now, coming on to a meeting that you had in March 2017, so this is just a month before the relevant period, you were invited to this meeting by Mr. Gasson of the Home Office, I think, and he'd said that he had some concerns about some staff and volunteers within GDWG, and that he wanted to meet to clarify the role that GDWG carry out in the centre and if that needed to be revisited. You addressed this a little in your statement at paragraph 29, but in summary, is it right that Mr. Gasson, Mr. Houghton and Mr. Skitt were all there? So Mr. Gasson of the Home Office, Mr. Houghton and Mr. Skitt of G4S?
Yes, that's correct.
And they referred, as you've said in your statement, to some of the historical complaints that were raised about GDWG, so about someone giving a witness statement in support, someone standing surety for a detainee, and that you were sometimes not obtaining consent about repeat drop-ins, and an accusation about that your organisation had been giving legal advice. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And how did you feel about that meeting at the time? Do you recall?
I remember, I note from the emails that then this was a trend that happened at later meetings, that I was trying to ask when these requests came from the IRC management for these meetings, I would try to ask for more information about what had prompted it, and they were reluctant to share things ahead of the meeting, which made it difficult because I couldn't look into any concerns they might had. I felt concerned about that meeting. It was quite a negative meeting. I think I was surprised already by that point. They were still referring back to increasingly historical things where, from our point of view, we hadn't stepped over any appropriate line anyway, but they were increasingly in the past.
And just to anchor these in dates, I think I'm right in thinking that the issue about the Twitter post was in 2013. The issue about the witness statement in support of a claim was in 2015, and then the standing surety was around then as well.
That's
that right?
Correct, absolutely.
So this was all at least a year and sometimes a few years before you even came into post, yeah?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you've already explained that at this meeting we had two people from the G4S and somebody from the Home Office. Did you feel like these were concerns being raised by G4S, by the Home Office, or jointly by the two of them?
It felt very joint. It didn't, in terms of that domain, it felt like, in this case, three people from the same organisation, very much on the same page.
And building on that, what was your impression at this stage, so we're talking just before the relevant period, about the relationship between, if not G4S and the Home Office as a whole, at least between these people who were employees of G4S and the Home Office?
I don't think I had a sense at that sort of management level of there being, as I say, there were very much a sense, certainly I got these meetings, which was my main contact with the management. They were very much, on the same page. So there wasn't a sense of, for example, one could be in that situation, get the sense of G4S that there being a tension between the parties or coming from slightly different angles. I didn't get that sense.
And in your experience, prior to taking up this role and sort of up till this point, what would you have expected? So we know that Brook House was run by G4S, but the Home Office have overall responsibility for it. Did you have any expectation about how you would encounter those two organisations?
No, I think I was a little surprised from the first meeting. I mean, Paul Gasson was I think more or less constant figure at the meetings that I had during my time at GDWG. I think I was initially surprised that there was necessarily a Home Office manager there, because G4S had the contract to run the centre. That was the operational responsibility. That's who I imagined coming into post our main relationship point would be.
Was it ever explained to you why the Home Office had a presence?
No, I don't believe it was, no.
Okay. Now, if we could bring up on screen, please, GDW 00003 at page 11. And Chair, that's at tab 4 of your bundle.
Thank you.
And if we could zoom in on the bottom half of that page, please. Thank you. So, Mr. Wilson, this is an email you sent 4 days after that meeting on the 13th of March 2017. And it says, "Dear Paul, hope you had a good weekend. Thank you very much for the meeting last week. I really appreciated your, Dan and Steve's time, the chance to catch up and the opportunity to address some current concerns. I particularly appreciated the honest and positive conversation we were able to have. We continue to value highly our good working relationship with the Home Office and G4S. Did you consider yourself to have a good working relationship with the Home Office and G4S at this time?"
I mean, I certainly wouldn't have been able to honestly say that a few months down the line after subsequent meetings. I think possibly at this point I was still hopeful of having that, but I think to be candid, this was putting a very positive and diplomatic take on it, because I wanted to build that. I wanted to be as responsive as I possibly could to the concerns.
So, because obviously that paragraph I just read out reads quite positively, other than the thing I said, thank you very much, really appreciate opportunity, honest and positive conversation. You've said that you were trying to put a sort of positive spin on things. Is that what we can take from this paragraph?
I think that would be that's what I would suggest would be the main.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that, you may come onto this, but in terms of the specific concerns of that meeting, I did then go on to respond in writing. Of course, I would rather that they had raised things to me rather than not, so long as they were then open to discussion about them.
And one thing I wanted to check while we're on this is there's people that you met with on a fairly regular basis who come up, and we'll come to them, which is Paul Gasson from the Home Office, Dan Houghton and Steve Skett, and there are other people as well. Were you ever told that you had a specific liaison at G4S? Was there anyone who was your sort of go-to person?
I don't think I was, no. I think increasingly in the first instance, would probably have gone to Steve Skett. He became my de facto first point of contact, okay. But I don't think that was ever formalised. I think it arose,
yeah.
Yes.
And he was the deputy director of Brook House at the relevant time. Is that right? To your understanding?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay, I want to come on now to the issue of restrictions on visits and your work done with or for detained people. Now, we've already heard evidence yesterday from Miss Pincus about the position regarding drop-ins, as they're called, although, as you say, I think they weren't actually drop-ins. In summary, am I right in saying that the position, as at this point, the beginning of the relevant period, was agreed that you would make a request on each occasion that you wanted to have a repeat drop-in, so a second drop-in visit with a detained person? Is that right?
In practice, more or less. I mean, I think that request for us to seek explicit permission was in the draft MOU, although that wasn't a document that we ever signed. But it was something that increasingly came up as a request in meetings and in correspondence, and it's something that in practice I had more or less agreed to follow.
If we can go to that draft MOU, that's at GDW 00003, page 1. If it helps with the evidence handle, I'm going to be going to this document and pages from it a fair amount. And if we can zoom in on the bullet points, the first few bullet points. Now, I already asked Anna Pincus about this yesterday, but as you were the director, during the relevant period. I need to ask you as well. So as you've alluded to, this was a draft memorandum of understanding. When you came into your post, were you told there was a draft MOU but had never been agreed?
I don't remember being told that immediately. I may be misremembering. I don't think my predecessor highlighted that to me. So that's something that emerged in the course of meetings with Brook House Management.
And you'll see here, obviously, it says at the second bullet point what the purpose of meetings was, and it says that on occasion it may be in the interest of a detainee to have a further follow-up meeting in private with GDWG staff. These will be exceptional circumstances requiring prior agreement. Whether or not the memorandum of understanding was ever agreed, was it your position that bullet point setting out that there would need to be exceptional circumstances requiring prior agreement, did that govern your relationship?
It was made increasingly clear to me by management that they expected that to be happening, and therefore that's what we tried to follow.
Okay. If we can go down to the bottom penultimate paragraph of this page. I'm going to again come on to the issue of reporting and safeguarding in due course, but you'll see the top paragraph there sets out that as part of the GDWG surgery meetings with detainees, it's critical that where any staff member has reasonable cause to believe that a detainee may be suffering or may be at risk of suffering significant harm, a member of Brook House IRC staff is notified immediately. Would you say that, even if the document wasn't agreed, set out your understanding of what the agreement was as to what you would do?
Yes, essentially. I think we had a number of concerns about the draft MOU as it stood, a number of reasons why we would, if we were going to sign it, we would have wanted to amend it substantially. I was concerned about this paragraph potentially tying us to a particular standard in terms of when we would report to management that may not have aligned with our safeguarding policy. But essentially, this is correct.
Were you concerned that the standard here was too low, too high?
Potentially too high.
Okay, so you thought that, in fact, you might want to notify Brook House staff even where they weren't suffering or at risk of suffering significant harm, but there might be lower level things.
Oh, sorry, no, maybe I think what I mean is this may have set an imposition on us to report in cases where we wouldn't have felt that threshold or the need or the appropriateness was there.
So is it fair to say, and we can come on to some specific examples in due course, but that there may have been situations during the relevant period where you or your staff members thought that a detainee was suffering or was at risk of suffering significant harm, but for other reasons you would have decided not to report that?
I mean, I'm happy to talk around, maybe we'll come on to this in terms of the context and the type of situations where we might have raised something immediately or not. But I guess there are certainly situations where I think for us the test would be around the key thing would be around immediate harm, particularly around active suicidal thoughts and feelings and plans and active risk of self-harm, where we were clear, where there was a doubt that the centre already knew, which in many cases they would. So unfortunately, people in detention are often in very desperate situations. There are lots of things that come up. There are lots of things where you wouldn't, for a variety of reasons, it wouldn't be appropriate or wouldn't feel necessary to flag that up immediately up with the manager, or may not be appropriate to.
Do you remember Miss Pincus said that she thought there was a safeguarding policy in place at GDWG at the time? Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
Obviously, it's possible that you may be able to disclose this in due course if it hasn't been disclosed already, but do you remember whether that set a standard as to when you had to notify G4S staff?
Yes, I don't recall the exact wording, but I think I recall the standard was along the lines that I'm describing. So it was around immediate harm, active suicidal thoughts, feelings, plans, imminent risk of self-harm, where that wasn't known to the centre. And we may go on to talk about this. I feel clear that was that was clear to staff and volunteers across the
Okay.
organisation.
We'll come back to the safeguarding issue in due course. Sticking to visits, if we can turn to page 14 of this document, please. This is an email which it can be seen from the previous page that is dated the 22nd of March. And it's sent to Dan Houghton from Naomi Blackwell, who was one of your team, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And it says, as you can see, apologies for eating into your time, but I just wanted to clarify this so we're all clear. Are you happy for us to request repeat drop-in visits and attend, provided we've informed you prior to the visit, i.e. we don't need to wait for your permission? And then if we can go to the previous page, please, page 13. And if we can expand the text a little bit. This is Dan Houghton's email in reply, copying in you. And it says, "Hi Naomi, not a problem. We should keep to the current memorandum of understanding, which states," and then there's 2 bullet points there. During our recent meeting with James, it was agreed that should a follow-up surgery appointment be required, the purpose of this would be to identify another GDWG visitor should the original matching not be appropriate. So moving forward, any request should be given prior permission before progressing. First of all, you'll see there it says we should keep to the current memorandum of understanding. Did you think that there was a current memorandum of understanding agreed?
No, it had never been finalised or signed.
Okay. And where it says during a recent meeting with James, and it says that what you'd agreed, i.e. that the purpose of any repeat drop-in would be to identify another visitor for an inappropriate matching. Was that agreed?
No, that was very much what they wanted from the point of view of RC management.
Sorry, I should have said there's going to be a test fire alarm.
Attention, please. The fire alarm is about to be tested. Please take no action. Attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Due to circumstances beyond our control, it has become necessary to evacuate the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Do not use... Attention, please. Attention, please. The fire alarm test is now complete. Please respond to all future fire alarms.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Sorry, I should have highlighted that at the beginning. I forgot. Yes, so sorry. Just get my place with what you just said. Yes, so you've said that in terms of them saying here that this was agreed with you, that was what they wanted the position to be, but is it right that your position was that wasn't the agreed position?
Yes, if I can elaborate slightly,
Yeah.
Their repeat message on this was what they wanted to be the case was that the purpose of our, or calling it a drop-in, is it the drop-in appointment in the legal visit room, was for us to speak to a detainee and assign a social visitor, and from their point of view, therefore, the only reason you need to see the same client again was if, for example, the first social visitor was away and you needed to assign somebody else to step in for them. I think I'm confident, always diplomatic in how I responded to that, but I would, from our point of view, that wasn't the only purpose of the surgery, because we were also working with clients on a range of other needs, and that would be a possible reason, reassigning a different visitor for a second visit, but by no means the only one. And I think I was always clear on that. So,
do you think that this was a misunderstanding of what had been agreed, or do you think this was trying to suggest something had been agreed that hadn't been?
I think it's the latter. I think it's trying to insist on something that had been, when what had happened at those meetings was I had been told this should be the case rather than us mutually agreeing. Okay.
If we can turn to page 10 of this document, please. And if we can go on the sort of first paragraph that has the bold in it that starts with firstly. Thank you. This is your email in response on the 29th of March. You respond to various points, but on the issue we've just been talking about here, you say in summary that you're happy to ask for approval for second drop-in visits, but you say there are a number of reasons why we may wish to see a detainee for a second time, and I'm happy to elaborate if ever needed. So am I right in thinking that you were content to agree to the limit that you had to ask for approval for a repeat drop-in, but you weren't content to agree that there was only one purpose of a repeat drop-in?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, coming on to sort of chronologically, so this is the end of March, this is a couple of days before the relevant period. At paragraph 30 of your 2018 statement, that's page 10 for the transcribers of GDW1, you discuss an incident in April 2017 where Dan Houghton refused a request by your colleague Miss Blackwell to see a detainee for a repeat drop-in session. If we can go to page 15 of this document, please. Now, as you note in your statement, you note that the reason, and it's actually at the bottom of this page, that the reason that my Miss Blackwell was requesting a repeat drop-in was that this detained person was unable to correspond meaningfully via telephone or fax. GDWG had concerns about his mental health and wanted to be able to maintain regular contact with him to support him. And then if we go up to the top half of the page, please. And as we can see here, the 6th of April, from Dan Houghton copying in you, Steve Skett and Paul Gasson. This says, in the third paragraph, from the shared understanding we have with James, drop-in clinics are not the place to maintain regular contacts with detainees. This should be taking place in the context of social visits. Do you think that was a shared understanding with you?
No, in short.
Okay. And if we actually see the top bit of that, it says, thank you for raising concerns about this person, then that's, have you raised these concerns with the officers at Brook House before? Do you know if those concerns had been raised before?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
And it says in the second paragraph, I've passed your concerns about this person's mental health to our healthcare team, who will refer him to see our on-site registered mental health nurse if this is not already in place. What would you say about this reaction to it? So it's saying no to the second drop-in, but it's taking action in relation to concerns about mental health raised.
I mean, it's welcome if there's an indication of steps being taken to give somebody who needed extra support with their mental health. We saw very frequently in our work clients whose mental health needs didn't seem to be being appropriately met. We had generally, as I've mentioned, a very positive relationship with the welfare team, a more difficult relationship with healthcare, and therefore would often be making inquiries ourselves, and were often unsatisfied that it seemed to us that the correct support wasn't in place. So it's a welcome action and update, but it would be unlikely, because of our experience elsewhere, to have satisfied us. We would have wanted at least to speak to the client more to see what had happened, what had changed.
And we see here, and we'll see throughout, and we've already discussed this distinction being made, quite a sort of stark distinction between drop-in clinics where staff can go and see someone in the legal visits room, and social visits, which are a visitor, a volunteer visitor seeing someone. And here we have Dan Houghton saying you can't maintain regular contacts in the drop-ins, but that can happen in the context of social difference, social visits. Did you have any? I just realised my microphone wasn't on. Sorry. Did you have any understanding as to why there was seen to be this stark difference between the two types of contact?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear in terms of from the management's point of view.
Yeah, well, firstly, did you understand why they saw it as essentially fine to keep contact with visitors, but not fine to keep contact by GDWG staff?
I mean, the message they gave us was that they, and on reviewing the emails, this is probably made more clearly, more directly to me, perhaps, and in my notes from meetings than I perhaps would necessarily recall. Their message was, we see you as a visitors organisation, not we don't see the need for your wider work, for your casework with clients, and therefore, why do you need to see somebody in a private room more than this one time? You can see them in the visits hall, where in fact there are clear limitations, and I think there's limitations on what can be covered, what support can be given to somebody in the visits hall environment.
Okay. You come on in your statement to discuss a further occasion in May 2017. This is it for the transcriber at paragraph 31 to 32 of the 2018 statement. You describe this further occasion where a request was made to have a second meeting with the detained person, and if we can bring that up at GDW 00003, page 27, please. And this is an email from Anna, is it Chopa, to you, giving you an update on what was going on, and saying that this person met a vulnerable 14-year-old boy, and that she wanted to have a repeat visit because she believed that he was very vulnerable and potentially underage, and that he potentially wanted to disclose something, but time had run out. And we can see here, she quotes what Dan Houghton said to her in refusing that request for a repeat drop-in, and it says, "To put it bluntly, no. There has been scrutiny from outside and concerns raised about your drop-ins. It has developed into a welfare surgery. This is not its intended purpose. From the HO Home Office's point of view, this is not the purpose of your drop-in. The detainee has been integrated into the general population and is doing well. We have built the support plan with him and he likes it." What was your reaction to this email from Ms. Chopa?
I was very concerned. I mean, firstly, there remains the sort of general point that from our point of view, there were a number of reasons why we might want a second or more meetings with the client. There might be, for example, vulnerabilities, things that they only felt able to disclose to us and wouldn't be disclosed into the centre in the first instance. There may be issues we wanted to explore more, which in the limited time of the drop-in meeting, where we're trying to see a number of people we couldn't be covered. There's a variety of reasons why we would have wanted to do that, why it would have been useful to do that. But particularly, I mean, this particular aspect was concerning as a refusal anyway, and generally. But particularly here, we have a client who is telling us that they are 14, or so should not, if they are under 18, being in detention. What Anna is referring to here is referring to the Refugee Council Children's Panel, who at the time were the main NGO providing support across the detention system where there were age dispute cases, who would come in very rapidly, very responsively to look at arrangements for an age assessment. That was a very appropriate pathway for us to be looking at. So the main purpose of the next meeting, as I understood, was to get a form signed so that referral could happen. So it seemed very clear. So it seemed a very unreasonable refusal.
And it refers to here scrutiny from outside. What, if anything, did you understand that to refer to?
I'm not sure that at the time I was clear what that meant or where outside was.
Okay. And you flag in your statement, your 2018 statement at paragraphs 33 to 34, that this person was someone who the inquiry knows as D852, who was the person shown on Panorama as being suspected of being underage and having been forced to test spice. And obviously it says here that he was scared of sharing a room with adults, which is also something I think which was reflected on Panorama. What do you think, or what do you say about the consequences of this refusal to have a repeat drop-in visit?
Yes, I mean, it seems clear to me that they were serious. I mean, had we been able to have this visit, we would have completed that referral to the Refugee Council, who were the most expert, as I say, on cases in detention where somebody may be or believed to be under 18. They would have responded very rapidly, and I'm as confident as I can be that their intervention, whether or not it led to a swift release from detention, they would have looked quickly at issues like the room sharing situation. So I'm confident that the client was left in a vulnerable position that they probably otherwise wouldn't have been in.
And it refers here to the fact that Miss Chopra had referred him to the Safer Community team. Miss Pink has told us a little bit about that yesterday. Do you know whether there was any quick response or any response from the Safer Community team?
I don't recall. I'm afraid I don't recall.
Did you, at the time, have confidence in raising things with the Safer Community team that they would take action?
We did. We certainly did receive things from the Safe Community team. My recollection is I don't remember many detailed responses from the Safe Community team. I remember acknowledgements that they had received the concern and passed it on to someone else, but I don't remember much follow-up beyond that.
Okay. And in your statement, jumping a bit, you also give, just on the issue of visits here, an example about a detention officer, DCO Gayatri Mehra, who would challenge staff if she thought there was a repeat visit and even interrupted the meeting on one occasion. Now, Ms Pincus told us yesterday that she was in the meeting that DCO Mehra interrupted. Was that the only occasion you heard of her challenging GDWG volunteers or staff, or were there others as well?
I don't recall meeting, although I sometimes ran those sessions. I don't think I met the officer myself or met her very briefly, didn't have any particular concerns, but I was made aware that she had been difficult. I heard about the incident with Anna where she invaded the meeting and accused us of having a second meeting, and I think, if I recall correctly, that Anna Chopra also had a very similar experience.
And I'm asked on behalf of Duncan Lewis to ask you what you think, if you do have a view on this, the reason for her attitude towards GDWG was.
It's hard to answer that. Other than my impression was there was a strong hostility there towards us.
And did you have any understanding or experience that there was any sort of communication from management towards DCOs and DCMs about the approach that should be taken to GDWG?
I don't know that there was.
Okay. Overall, did you consider that G4S were limiting your access to detain people?
Yes.
And I'm asked on behalf of Bat Murphy to ask you whether you consider that it was just G4S who were doing so, or whether you think the Home Office were also involved in this.
I think, as I can go on, in terms of my direct communication with management and the meetings that I had, again, my impression was that the management of G4S and the Home Office management presence within the centre were very much working in sync.
Okay. I'm going to come on a bit later in time to some other things. But also going back in time a little bit, at paragraph 18 of your witness statement, you say that G4S were highly critical of a member of GDWG staff, Naomi Blackwell, having made a witness statement in support of a claim for judicial review. We've already briefly touched upon that. By way of background about that case, although we won't refer to the case by its name, to your knowledge, was it right that this was a judicial review claim advanced on behalf of a detained person at Brook House who was severely mentally unwell, lacked mental capacity, and could not advocate for himself in relation to unlawful detention at Brook House?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it right that Miss Blackwell made a witness statement as part of that claim, setting out her dealings with that particular detained person?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And this was before you were director, yes?
Yes.
To your knowledge, what happened as a result of Miss Blackwell making that witness statement in terms of how GDWG were treated?
I mean, my understanding was that it had firstly, I think that was around October 2015, the statement. I think that I understood subsequently that had prompted conversations that led to the draft memorandum of understanding around February 2016. Otherwise, in terms of how, it's difficult to say without obviously being in meetings that I, internally, what the impact was specifically, but I can only reasonably assume that it was a key part of either a cause of or an excuse for some suspicion and hostility that we're receiving, because it was referred to in, I think, more or less every meeting I went on to have with the management, even meetings that weren't. So meetings towards the end of my time that were more amenable, it was still referred to as if this is a piece of information that we all have about GGWG.
Okay. And you say at paragraph 25 of your 2018 statement that Neil Davies, who I think we said was head of visits at Brook House when you first started, told you in July 2016 that he didn't want people providing witness statements in support of detainees' legal cases. Was that said explicitly?
Yes, I recall him saying your words to the effect of, but more or less these words, we see you have been doing social visits, no casework, not standing as sureties and not giving witness statements.
And was there any reason given for not doing that?
I don't recall any reason being given for that.
And you say, you just said in evidence, and you say in your statement that this issue was raised repeatedly, and you say in your statement actually that this was raised including by the Home Office up to and including a meeting with Michelle Smith in January 2018. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I'm asked on behalf of Bat Murphy to ask if you have a view as to why you think it was repeatedly raised.
I think that the meeting you're referring to in 2018, I mean, well, the prior meetings, I think it was being described to me as as an example of GDWG having stepped over a particular line. In the 2018 meeting in relation to Tinsley, that was nothing to do with Brook House, and it wasn't, from my recollection, a difficult meeting. It was a positive meeting towards setting up a new drop-in space. It was referred to relatively in passing, but as something that we know about GDWG where you've stepped over a line in the past.
Okay. And other...
The impression,
the
impression I had was that this is a widely known piece of information that we know as the wider management team across the IRCs.
And is it fair to say that they saw this as an example of something negative that you'd done, and you didn't see it like that?
That's correct, yes.
And other than your own statement, which I'm referring to from 2018, are you aware in your time at GDWG whether staff provided statements in any other litigation in support of detained people between 2015 and 2018?
To my recollection, I don't recall us doing so.
And did you ever tell your staff or your visitors not to do so? No.
It wasn't, as a matter of practice, something we would normally do. But although I don't remember there ever being of any kind of rule around it, and I think we would have discussed if there had been a further request for a witness statement from a solicitor in relation to a particular client, we would have discussed it and done it if it felt appropriate to do so.
Okay, so during the relevant period, if that had come up in a relevant case, you feel like you could have done so if it was appropriate to do so in your view?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Now, we've already discussed the Memorandum of Understanding, but just so that we can follow this chronologically, you had another meeting in June 2017 to discuss that draft Memorandum of Understanding. You set that out at paragraph 38 of your 2018 statement. And I think prior to that meeting, you'd requested that you be accompanied at that meeting by somebody called Ali McGinley of the Association of Visitors to Immigration Detainees. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And if we can bring up, please, GDW 00003, page 18. Firstly, why did you want to be accompanied by Ali McGinley?
So, as you said, Ali is was and is the director of the Association of Visitors to Immigration Detainees, AVID, who are an umbrella body supporting groups visiting people in detention around the UK. Their role is can be to help to train up new visitors groups and support visitors groups to gain access to centres. I knew anecdotally that there had sometimes been issues with access at Gatwick RCs and other centres, and AVID would sometimes work with the local group. So I wanted, and Ali was very diplomatic and skilled at those kind of conversations and providing assistance. And I was, I think, reflecting on the fact that the last meeting had been difficult. There'd been, since then, some refusals of second visits. So things seemed to be deteriorating, and I felt a backup and support in that meeting would be useful.
And obviously we can see here that your suggestion to be accompanied was refused by Stephen Skett, saying, in regards to attendance, this meeting is to discuss an MOU with yourselves and a number of local issues that involve your staff support, and I do not feel it appropriate to involve other organisations at this point. You can, of course, outside of this, speak with AVID and they can offer you some advice. What was your response, or how did you feel upon receiving this response?
I was disappointed because I felt it might be an important backup for me in the meetings, but also a useful kind of expert view in the room for the discussions. So I was disappointed by that response.
And looking at the meeting that did take place in June, you say at paragraph 39 of your 2018 statement that at that meeting Steve Skett complained that GDWG were requesting repeated meetings, and he implied that you were offering counselling. Why do you think Brook House or management were concerned about you using the drop-in surgeries to do casework or counselling?
I think on the counselling point, if I may take that first, to be honest, I'm not sure why they would think that would be the case. Was never presented with any evidence as to that. We were clear we were not counsellors, and that was made clear to all staff or volunteers, even if they happened to have, in other parts of their life, experience around therapeutic support. And I had I don't believe and was never given any evidence that was happening. I couldn't say why that was, other than we were raising, in terms of our reasons for wanting to see clients for a second time at the drop-in, sometimes we were referencing exploring mental health issues, but that would have been, to provide appropriate emotional first-hand support, but also to refer on to other specialist agencies. So I'm unsure about that. In terms of the wider point around casework, there seemed a deep, ongoing suspicion about doing casework, about doing anything from their point of view more than social visits and giving very practical things that we did, like second-hand clothing.
Okay. And sorry, if I might add, I was never clear why that suspicion was there around casework, because we were very clear, and I spelt out to them, we were not solicitors, we were not OISC regulated, we weren't giving that kind of advice, we were referring and signposting on. So for a variety of reasons, I never understood the basis for that suspicion. Okay. And how would you, looking back, describe the tone of that meeting in June 2017?
I think the pattern of meetings over those few months was becoming increasingly difficult. It was difficult. I felt that after the last meeting, after the March meeting, I'd responded on they raised two other issues which I was able to respond to, and I had agreed that we would seek agreement for the second visits, because second drop-in appointments. So I'd hoped we'd reached a reasonable point of that, but things were deteriorating. We'd then had second visits being turned down, and it seemed that things were worsening, because now we were getting not just being told you must request every time, but also being told, well, you're requesting this too much. So I was concerned by that direction.
And you just said there, but just to clarify, that there was an increasing sort of worsening of the tone of meetings. Is that right, that you felt that this was just getting worse with each meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
If we can bring up page 29 of this document, please. This is an email sent by you, Mr. Wilson, the week after the meeting. And if we can go to the bottom half of the page, sorry. Thank you. You say in the bottom paragraph here, grateful to Steve for raising the concern about our implying the provision of counselling, and we're sorry we weren't able to finish this conversation. If you feel that we had somehow stepped over a line of what is acceptable, please do let me know. We are not counsellors and are clear that we are not providing a therapeutic or psychiatric service to detainees. However, being a listening ear, a befriender, and a form of emotional support for detainees who need someone to talk to is at the core of what we do. The distinction between providing emotional support and befriending as opposed to counselling feels clear to me, one I am very familiar with from other jobs and from being a volunteer with Samaritans elsewhere. If we need to discuss further though, please do say. Did you feel at this time that G4S genuinely thought you were crossing the line over to providing counselling, or did you think that this was being used as some sort of excuse?
Taken alongside the other concerns that they were increasingly raising, it felt like an excuse, but particularly because I'm not sure whether I had a response to this particular email. I'm clear I don't think I was ever presented with evidence that we were providing counselling or a basis for that.
And you say at the end here, as we can see, thank you very much again for your ongoing support. What should we take from that?
I mean, I was seeking to be as diplomatic as possible, and I wanted there to be a conversation, so I wanted issues when they come up to be raised to me as much as possible. There was a lot I was frustrated about those conversations, but I was grateful for the dialogue.
Did you feel like you were getting ongoing support?
I don't think I would. No, I wouldn't. No, I don't think that would be quite accurate.
In paragraph 42 of your 2018 statement, you say that the time at the meetings, so we've been through a couple of them, was being almost entirely taken up by complaints about GDWG, and that you tried to encourage quarterly meetings and for them to provide you with a list of issues for discussion in advance, which could allow you to prepare for meetings by consulting colleagues. Now, we'll be able to see later that you set that out in a letter after the relevant period, I think in September 2017. Did you make that proposal about the quarterly meetings and the list of concerns in advance prior to that? Do you know?
I don't recall. I think from memory, I made that suggestion a few times, maybe in meetings rather than in writing, but I can't recall, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you say at paragraph 42, I tried to encourage them to set up quarterly meetings and to provide me with a list of issues for discussion in advance so that I could prepare for meetings, including by consulting with colleagues involved, but I got no response. Yeah. So is that right, that you suggested but didn't really receive a response?
What I was increasingly feeling was, I welcome the conversations, but they were happening very reactively. I think that it's the case that in between some of these meetings, maybe going back before the relevant period into, let's say, the autumn of 2016, I think I'm right in saying that there were maybe times when I suggested a meeting and got no response, and then would get a response a time later when there was a particular issue they wanted to discuss. So it was both. It was very reactive. It meant that the fact that generally they would give me little information before the meetings meant that I would be limited and put in a difficult position in the meeting itself. And I also wanted the meeting to be a positive, regular space where I could also say, we are seeing these issues, how can we work together to resolve them? I wanted it to be as constructive as possible.
Anna Pincus said yesterday that she thought that G4S wasn't a listening organisation. Do you have a view on that?
I think certainly the impression that I had from those meetings was that was not I never felt that was what they were seeking to do.
I'm going to move on again a little bit in time. So that was June 2017, and then you come on in your statement at paragraph 44 to discuss a further meeting that you had a couple of months later in August 2017 with Steve Skett and Paul Gasson. And you note in your statement that Steve Skett and Paul Gasson said they were seriously considering ending the drop-in surgeries altogether. Did they give you a reason for that?
In the meeting itself, to a point they referred to recent incidents where they felt we had in their view, stepped over a particular line, and the impression that they were giving was that we had repeatedly, or we were increasingly going over a particular line, and that therefore it should be taken away.
And if we can go through some of the things that you set out in your statement that occurred at this meeting, or that you say occurred at this meeting. One of the things you say at paragraph 45 is that Steve Skett complained about 2 emails sent by your advocacy coordinator, Ms. Jopa, in August 2017 about a detained person who had burn injuries. If we can turn, well, for the record, the emails are at GDW 00003, page 36 to 37, but I think you summarise it in your witness statement at paragraph 45. You say that Ms. Jopa had explained that she met the detained person at the drop-in surgery the day before, that his legs and feet had been burnt in a house fire 10 years previously, and he could not walk for more than a few minutes, was falling frequently on the stairs, could not access the shower or meals unless assisted, and other detainees had to bring food to him. She asked if he could be provided with crutches or a wheelchair as soon as possible, and suggested that GDWG could provide crutches if cost was an issue. She also requested that he be referred to an occupational therapist. As she received no response, she sent a reminder email on the 15th of August 2017, stressing that the detained person was in a lot of pain and could not do basic things such as shower or carry food on a tray without help from others. She commented that he was in a wheelchair before he was detained, but had been told he was not allowed to bring it into the centre with him. And if we can just bring up page 36, please. The response to this email from Michael Wells, who's listed as Healthcare Practice Manager at Brook House, CCing in the Safer Community team, Steve Skett, Dan Houghton, and yourself, says, "Many thanks for your email expressing your concern. I can confirm that the healthcare department are aware of this patient and are caring for his medical needs on site." What was your response upon receiving that email 3 days prior to the meeting?
I remember being very concerned. I had spoken with Anna Chopra about her concerns about this particular client and the very bad state he appeared to be in. He needed additional support as a matter of urgency, so this seemed a very limited and unreassuring response.
And you say in your witness statement that at the meeting, so it was 3 days after this, I believe, that Mr. Skett accepted that this concern had been raised through the appropriate channel, but was strongly critical of what he described as the aggressive tone and wording of the email, that it was patronising, and that GDWG were inappropriately taking the detained person's story at face value. Did you agree with what Mr. Skett was saying?
I strongly disagreed with it. I mean, on tone, that's something only one can assess individually in tone and email, but for me, the email was entirely polite and professional and appropriate. In terms of that point around believing a client's account, I think this was raised more than once to me in these meetings as an aside, that we took the accusation, I suppose, was that we just took the client's story at face value. It's difficult to know how to respond to that, because that was our role, to assist clients, and so we would be, on the face of it, taking things at face value insofar as we understand this person has to, and we're following up on it. Every staff and volunteer understands there's more, understood there could be more to a story, that the client might have misunderstood something, or occasionally might be embellishing something. There was that understanding. So we're always very careful how we made referrals, and we couldn't verify the truth of anything, but we were acting on what we knew. So I never really understood that point.
Okay. And you say at paragraph 48 of your meeting of your statement, that at the meeting in August 2017, that Brook House also took great exception to an email which a member of GDWG staff had sent to the IMB, asking whether the IMB could check whether a request for a transfer to Tinsley House could be addressed by them. Now, we'll deal a little bit later with the IMB's response to that, but just looking at the fact that this was raised by G4S and the Home Office at this meeting, I think you say in your statement at paragraph 48 that, or it's actually at 49, that Mr. Gasson, that from the Home Office's criticism, was that Miss Blackwell had described the detainee as a boy and that she appeared to accept his account of being underage. Does that feed into the thing you were just talking about there about taking things at face value?
Yes, yeah.
And you note that both Mr. Gasson and Steve Skitt were adamant that it was inappropriate to ask the IMB to intervene on behalf of detainees. Did you think that it was appropriate to do so?
I thought, firstly, that it was appropriate for us to raise individual clients' situations with the IMB, and secondly, I think sounds like we'll come on to this, but secondly, that if a particular request of the IMB was inappropriate, then the IMB were in their right to tell us that, but I didn't see why it was a matter for management.
And sorry.
I'm so sorry. I just add something to my previous answer, just in relation to Anna Chopra's request and the client who was badly burnt.
Yeah.
There's another thing to say there in terms of the client's account was that in this case, this wouldn't always be the case because a lot of contact with our clients was by phone, but she'd met him at the surgery. She'd seen, visibly, I think, as she described it, him struggling into the room, really not being able to walk. There's no reason why she would exaggerate that or seek to inflate that. She was acting on genuine concern. I've no doubt about that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Just on this point about raising things with the IMB, you say in your statement that you were told, I think, by Mr. Skitt, that disapproval of your referrals to the IMB had, and I quote, got as high as board level at Brook House. What did you take that to mean?
I remember being concerned, but also frankly mystified by it. Again, I didn't see why it was a matter for management. I didn't see why us raising what was just was a request to IMB was a matter for anyone other than us and the IMB. It wasn't clear.
Do you have any insight as to what board level means? Because we know that Mr. Skitt was deputy director, so he's the second in command. Do you know what?
No,
what
I
board
wasn't
level
clear
means?
on that.
No. Okay. You also say at paragraph 50 of your statement that you were told during this meeting that you shouldn't be referring detained people on to other agencies such as RAPT, or as they're now known or were known, the Forward Trust, or any other organisations. Was there any main reason given as to why you shouldn't be referring people on to other agencies?
I think that there was some message there around IMB in particular, around us perhaps misunderstanding IMB's role. Again, I thought that was a matter for the IMB. I think in terms of RAPT, the drug support charity, the message that I was given was that these issues are considered on induction into the centre. We'll take care of those referrals. You don't need, these needs are being taken care of. I think, sorry, I was just going to add, I think something that was, if not explicitly spelt out, but the language here became much broader than, was also broader than, don't refer to IMB or don't refer to RAPT. It was, I think Steve Skitt used more or less words along the lines of, you are making referrals, full stop. But by implication, that would imply that any referrals were becoming, they considered inappropriate. So whether to regular referrals we might make to medical justice, bail for immigration detainees, even organisations such as Red Cross or Samaritans who had some presence in the centre.
And just talking about referrals, because you said that their approach was that people are told about RAPT to the Forward Trust at the time of their induction, so you can leave that to us. I asked Ms. Pincus this yesterday, but do you have any understanding about what detained people were told about GDWG upon induction?
I'm not sure. I'm not certain on that.
Okay. Now you refer at paragraph 51 of your statement, your 2018 statement, to some other discussions at that meeting, and you note that Steve Skitt expressed the view that he thought that you didn't seem to think that Brook House management was doing the best for detainees. Did you think that Brook House management was doing the best for detainees?
No, it's fair to say we had significant concerns about that. What we were certain of from the range of our experience throughout and before and after the relevant period is that there were there were a large number of concerning things happening in terms of clients' cases, the support they were receiving. It doesn't mean that in every case the fault was with management, but there were concerns were coming up increasingly. So the message made, I think, really clear at this meeting was that I was being given in more or less these words was, you are being insulting, you're implying we don't have all of these things covered. And we knew that there were needs not being met. We knew that there were things, through whatever reason, not being picked up, and we were trying to refer appropriately. And I didn't understand and don't understand what the issue was with us doing that.
And you also note that you were accused of, and I quote, raising the expectations of detainees as to what they could expect from Brook House management. What did you take that to mean?
I don't know what that was based on. No, I don't know what that was based on. I am confident that we would always be careful about managing expectations wherever we were raising a particular issue to, because we knew whether we were referring to another NGO or to healthcare or to management, there were limitations in what the response that we might get or what might be possible.
Okay.
So yeah.
You say at paragraph 52 of your statement, and I quote, I repeatedly pointed out that it was legitimate for GDWG to raise concerns about detainees. This drew a heated response that we were not doing this in the right way. I said that if I received a complaint about GDWG's work, for example, from someone who had been turned down for a voluntary role, I would respond to the complaint. So what was the issue with Brook House management acting in the same way? Mr. Skitt's response was, but are you being audited? I thought this was telling. I took it as an important indication of what was motivating their attitude to this. And what do you mean by this? I thought it was telling, an important indication of what was motivating their attitude.
Well, I think it seemed a very strange comment. The comment about being audited. It seemed to imply they felt under pressure about how they were running the centre and that this was causing more aggravation. I just didn't, as I said at the time, I didn't understand where that was coming from, because surely any organisation, anybody should welcome complaints. If it thinks the complaint is unfounded, it can respond to say that, it should investigate properly and then respond to say that. I didn't understand the issue, and I didn't understand the suggestion that we were doing so. To start with, around the complaints, I thought that was entirely legitimate for us to do, and I was never given any evidence of us doing so when we did so in any way that seemed anything other than very respectful and polite.
But you say here, I took it as an important indication of what was motivating their attitude. What did you think was motivating their attitude, or what was the indication?
I thought that they... I felt that they felt under pressure. I couldn't say from where, but they felt under pressure to be seen to be covering, or to be having all needs met, all safeguarding concerns addressed in an appropriate way, and that us doing this was undermining that in some way. And
do you know what they meant by being audited?
No, I assumed that related to their contract with the Home Office in terms of running the centre.
I've already asked you a little bit about this, but you say that at this meeting they repeatedly said they might end GDWG's drop-in sessions and surgeries, and that you were left in no doubt this might happen if you raised any further concerns. Was this threatened explicitly?
Yes, very explicitly, repeatedly.
And you say in your statement that this had an obvious impact on you, presumably personally and as an organisation, and must have been intended to do so. What do you think that intention was?
I felt, and this is a reflection I've had more since, but I remember it very vividly coming out of the meeting, that there was a dynamic in that room in particular, in that moment, that meeting, that was tantamount to bullying towards me and towards GDWG and organisation. I felt I was being almost toyed with. I think that threat was they raised it repeatedly during the meeting. It was a very heated meeting. I remember both Steve Skitt and Paul Gasson being very heated, being shouting at points. I was in the meeting on my own, and it felt a very difficult one. And my focus and my top priority on behalf of the organisation was, and this was very much at the forefront of my mind, was access to the centre is so vital to what we do. If we lose that, we lose that's what we owe to do. We can only provide. So it's any kind of emotional practical support to clients. If we have some access to the centre, they are now threatening taking away a major part of that. In my head was very clearly, I must get out of this room. Without that having happened, I need to. And I think I used this language in my statement that I've almost felt I was in a position of having to beg for that access to continue.
During this meeting, I'm asked to ask you this on behalf of the Home Office. Do you recall if Mr. Gasson expressed that a key issue for the Home Office was that concerns were being raised about detainees by your organisation, but were not being shared with the IRC or with the Home Office?
I'm so sorry. Do you mind repeating the question?
So the suggestion is that Mr. Gasson expressed during that meeting that a key issue for the Home Office was that concerns were being raised by your organisation about detainees, but not being shared with the IRC or with Home Office. So presumably that they were being raised with other people and not shared with the IRC or the Home Office.
I don't recall that being explicitly said. It was, in some ways, it seemed at that meeting that, and I wouldn't draw a distinction between G4S and Home Office in terms of who was giving this message. It was very much two people, both were leading the meeting, giving the same message. They seemed to be objecting to both things, to both of us referring to other agencies, where again we felt that was entirely appropriate to do, and to us having raised direct things to IRC management.
Okay. If we can bring up on screen GDW 00008, please. That's at tab 5 of your bundle.
Thank you.
If we can just enlarge all of the text, please. This is an email which you sent at 4:16 p.m. Was an email that was sent to colleagues at GDWG.
Yes.
And it says, this sort of thing is why it's nice to lighten the mood with baby news, etc. I just had a pretty grueling meeting with Brook management. The continuation of the drop-ins is on something of a knife edge. For the time being, if you're considering raising any concerns with G4S, including healthcare, or with any of the agencies that work within Brook or Tinsley House, IMB, RAPT, etc., please let me know and we can discuss. I've offered to make any necessary contacts for the next few weeks. In other words, and this is in bold, in other words, please make sure any concerns raised are going through me. I realise this sounds quite draconian, but it's a serious situation. And you say no immediate self-aligning, but here's that classic video of the baby monkey riding backwards on a pig, which I'm sure we've all seen. Why did you describe this as quite draconian?
So this was, just to be clear, so I think there was still only 4 staff members at that time, so this was me and three caseworkers. So this was to those.
Is that Anna Pincus, Naomi Blackwell, and Anna Chopra?
That's correct. Because if I had suggested it with that context, that would have sounded very controlling. These were 3 very experienced caseworkers who were leading on casework. I was doing some casework and client work myself because of the size of the organisation, but they were leading on it. They were all very capable. They would normally raise things of particular issues or safeguarding or particular things to me, but they wouldn't be running every referrals of one type or another, a very regular part of casework.
So is the draconian bit that previously they were senior enough that they could email people, whereas you were now saying I have to be the filter for everything that goes out?
Yes, if I had sent this out without context or just said this, I think it would have sounded very unnecessarily top down and micromanagement style. I would never, unless absolutely necessary, adopt. So I needed to explain this. Maybe stating the obvious, but the context was, this was an agreement I'd made at the end of that meeting, verbally, as, I didn't think it was something that was going to be sustainable for very long because of the volume, apart from anything else, the volume of, would have needed me to be, signing things off very, very frequently. And
so you say for the next few weeks.
But it was something that I agreed in the moment because I had to, again, my top priority was get out of the meeting with our access intact.
And I notice you say there, you don't list there about raising any concerns with the Home Office directly. Was that a deliberate omission, or did you consider that they could have raised something with the Home Office directly without going through you?
No, no. I mean, it would be rare. We were never. I don't think we were ever told to raise. You know, Paul Gasson wouldn't have been our first point. It would have been management, which would usually have been Steve Skitt or Dan Horton. We might have copied everyone in. I think. I mean, I would. Maybe I should have explicitly, but where I say raising any concerns with G4S, I meant management plus any other parts of G4S.
So that's sent at 4:16 p.m. If we can also bring up on screen back to GDW 00003, page 40, please. This is an email which is sent on the same day at 16:37 p.m, so about 20 minutes after the email sent to your colleagues. And here you say, thank you for the useful meeting this afternoon. I very much appreciate you raising your concerns directly and us having the chance to discuss them. What are we to take from your description of it as a useful meeting?
Yes, I mean, I think it's that I was being polite and diplomatic. The subsequent phrase about raising, I did appreciate them raising concerns directly and us discussing them. I'd rather that than, I guess the alternative is they just cut access without discussing them. But it's a stretch to describe it as useful from our point of view.
And in your inquiry statement, which is for the transcribers at DPG 00003 at page 3, paragraph 8, you describe Mr. Gasson and Mr. Skitt as having taken a, and I quote, highly combative and distrustful approach at the meeting. How do you reconcile this description of it as a useful meeting with your description of them having taken a highly combative and distrustful approach?
Well, I mean, I wanted and needed the relationship to be to us be able to progress. So again, my absolute focus was on maintaining our access to the centres. So I wanted to be as diplomatic and polite as I possibly could be. I felt in a very powerless situation, as I'd go back to my feeling in the meeting of almost needing to beg for the access to continue. So I was very much in that mode. What can I put in place within reason? But what can I put in place organisationally now for us to keep the access intact, salvage the situation?
And you describe in your inquiry statement, and also you've repeated just now, that the approach to GDWG was increasingly becoming one that was tantamount to bullying. Why do you say that? That
was a dynamic that I felt was increasing there. I was vividly aware of that in that meeting. The dynamic. I can remember the meeting very vividly. I remember it was Steve Skitt and Paul Gasson. We were in a meeting. They were nearest the door. I was on my own. They were very, very agitated. Very, as I put it, I felt that they were toying with me. They were threatening with something, a very immediate threat to our access. I remember it being in my recollection, it was a dark and rainy day. I remember walking out the centre feeling shaken by the meeting, and I'd had meetings before where there had been difficulties, but really shaken by the meeting. And
when you talk about that approach that was tantamount to bullying, are you referring to G4S, to the Home Office, or both?
To both. There didn't feel, again, a distinction between them in the meeting.
I'm asked on behalf of Duncan Lewis to ask you if you have any understanding of why G4S and the Home Office became so hostile as you describe it.
It's difficult to say. Obviously, the subsequent development of Panorama puts a context on that time, but I didn't know that at the time. Again, they were raising things to me, but looked at individually, I didn't understand the basis of those concerns.
Mr. Wilson, Chair, I think that might be an appropriate time to have a break. I probably have another half an hour or 45 minutes or so with this witness, and then we'll move to reading in after that. So if we could perhaps have the half an hour break that we usually have on Fridays now, and then return at 20, well, we could say half
Should we be
past.
generous and say 11:30?
Yeah, 11:30, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ms Wilson. See you at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, so we've discussed up to middle of August 2017 how your relationship with G4S and Home Office developed. And I want to ask you a little bit about the impact of that relationship. At paragraph 58 of your 2018 statement, you said that the behaviour of managers towards GDWG, criticisms and attempts to restrict your visits and the type of work that you did had an impact on the way you advocated for detainees. How would you describe that impact?
I think there were a few consequences. So at that point, as of September 2017, we felt, I think, as I had put it on that in the email to my staff at the time, it felt on a knife edge in terms of access continuing. So we were very conscious of that. So I'm sure that in my mind and in the staff, whether this was always conscious or not, we were holding back on making, for example, in particular, requesting second appointments at the drop-in when that was becoming so difficult. So that would then have a direct impact on the client, because then we were trying to do everything we could in a first meeting. It meant we couldn't necessarily give the client the space that we would like to. You build in complications like having a phone interpreter, and it limits very much what you can cover in that time. So those kind of consequences were then affecting a lot of our work.
And so presumably this is, whether you actually thought about it explicitly or not, this is the decision essentially that you came to, or whether it developed or not as well, that you would somewhat restrict the amount of work that you did for people, or sometimes somewhat restrict how far you would go in order to try and mollify or maintain a relationship with G4S and the Home Office. Is that fair?
Yes.
And looking back on that, because obviously you could have gone one of a few ways, presumably. You could have tried to get that balance. You could have just decided, I don't care, I'm just going to keep raising everything and we'll see what happens. Or you could have completely acceded to the Home Office and G4S requests and stopped raising things at all if that's what they requested. Did you sort of weigh up those options?
That feeling that I described in terms of that me being in that particularly in that August meeting and the immediate aftermath, was just absolutely focused on maintaining our access. So we were, as you put it, seeking to mollify or to avoid antagonising, much as I was confused about the reasons for the reaction we were getting. That was a very big focus for us. I think it's fair to say that Panorama then came out soon after that, and I felt this was not something that was explicit, and actually one of the trends over the subsequent time into 2018 was less communication from management, certainly far fewer requests for meetings or issues being raised. But I felt that had changed the dynamic and the power situation a bit, because it felt clear to us that at that point Brook management would surely be, there was fallout happening from Panorama, would be relatively on the back foot, so there was a changing dynamic. So that was a transition point. I do reflect a lot. I do reflect on that period and that dynamic that I do think had become increasingly one of a bullying dynamic towards me as an individual, but the organisation in particular. And I do think, is that in the relevant period and after and before, should we have been different? And my instinct is, there is a cliche around, a truism around, if you're the victim standing up to a bully, they will often back down. Should we have been more forthright? Should we have pushed more things? And instinctively, I feel, maybe I wish at some level we had, but then again, I don't know where that would have led to. And there were very good reasons why I and my predecessor, I think, felt we had to mollify, had to pacify, because we were so focused on keeping access, and on the face of it, they had the power.
And was there any dissent, is maybe putting it too highly, but were there any people within GDWG that disagreed with your approach?
I wouldn't say that I remember anyone disagreeing as such. I would say I think that the casework team and many visitors where this was appropriate would want to be raising particular things and pushing more where possible. I think there was clear understanding of the situation we're in and why we were where we were. It would be I would understand if they had frustrations at points around my small c conservatism and reluctance to relay certain things, but I think they understood why we were having to do that.
Okay. Jamie McPherson, one of the visitors at the time, and I think still, gave evidence on Wednesday and said that he understood that you'd been told that it was not GDWG's place to make complaints about healthcare, and that you were told in no uncertain terms that visitors should stay out of it and stick to visiting. Does that accord to with your recollection?
That certainly I can't remember which, in terms of a management conversation, which that relates to particularly, but that's certainly the impression I was being given. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to come on to your personal and organisational awareness of what was seen on Panorama. So, firstly, before Panorama was shown, were you aware of any of the specific incidents of mistreatment which were featured, even if you didn't witness them yourself, obviously?
To my recollection, no, not specifically.
And did you have any? When did you first learn that Panorama was going to be broadcast? Do you remember?
As I recall, we knew a few days. I think the Panorama was on the Monday night. I think we knew during the previous week there was a Panorama about detention coming up. I think we found out, I can't remember how, that it was to feature Gatwick in particular very late on, maybe 3 days before, no more than that.
And the first time so it was the first time that you learned of the contents when you saw it?
Was watching it, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've said that you weren't aware of any of the specific incidents of mistreatment seen on Panorama. Were you personally aware of any similar types of mistreatment to that shown on Panorama?
It's difficult for me at this point to recollect, and without being at GDWG currently, to refresh my memory in terms of access to the database in particular and client details.
Okay, so but I suppose more broadly then, because I think you state in one of your statements that, or perhaps it was in evidence somewhere else, that you found it shocking when you saw it. Were you surprised about the type of mistreatment that was shown on Panorama?
I don't know whether maybe shocked but not surprised is coherent as a reaction. I think we heard anecdotally from clients about issues with officers. There would be that issues within the centre, references to mistreatment, sometimes and maybe quite often not by the client who had allegedly experienced this, but by a third party mentioning things. I can't remember, but I'm sorry, I'm having to talk generally just because I can't refresh myself on the details, but that was something that was quite often the case. We wouldn't know, we would often be very much aware, going back to that point around taking what the client says at face value, that we didn't know the full story. Clients would often say, or friends of clients would say explicitly, that I don't want this to be raised, but this is happening, I'm letting you know. So there wouldn't really be, unless we felt a certain threshold, because much we could do without much more explicit. What was shocking was seeing it happening so directly, and obviously particularly the physical incident where a person is being restrained on the ground, where there are racist remarks being issued. It was shocking.
And did you reflect at the time about how you had missed or how you didn't know of this sort of stuff happening?
Yes, to a point. I mean, I'm a reflective and self-critical person. I think GDWG was also a very reflective organisation, and I don't think you can work, you know, as a charity providing this sort of if you're a person who's gone to do that as your work, or an organisation trying to do that, you can't help but want to do more, because the needs in this area of work are so immense. You can't help but reflect on that. I think being very fair to myself and to ourselves as an organisation, I think the reasons why we had very limited awareness of the issues were there's quite clear reasons in terms of our level of access to the centres, and particularly how limited we were in terms of not even having a presence in the welfare space, where again, that's not like being on the wings, but you know, we were so far back. Our contact with clients was kept at a certain distance, and there are lots of reasons why clients might not have wanted us to escalate certain things. So I don't know how much more we could have done with those restrictions in place.
Well, I was going to ask, with those restrictions in place, looking back, do you think there's anything that you as an organisation or as a person could have done to increase the likelihood that you would be aware of the type of things shown?
I'm not aware of any, as you say, with that caveat, with those restrictions in place. I think I would feel confident that if I had access, if I was to look back and review cases from the time where there were issues raised, that whether we raised them or how we raised them was thought about very carefully and careful decisions made. So I don't think that there was more we could do.
Okay. And a sort of similar issue, but not specifically in relation to what was shown in Panorama, you say at paragraph 16 of your inquiry statement, which is at page 5 of that document, that you wouldn't have reported a safeguarding concern in relation to each and every use of force that was applied during the relevant period. I think you say that because you thought there was already channels where those were being recorded and reviewed. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And is it right that you were the safeguarding lead for GDWG at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm asked on behalf of G4S to ask you whether you would have reported any use of force if you were concerned or told that it was disproportionate or unnecessary.
I'm as confident as I can be that we would have raised use of force at a certain... I think what was often the case was that a client might refer to us to a use of force in quite general terms, but not want us to raise anything, or tell us explicitly they thought things would be made worse for them if it was raised. That might have happened. I think there's lots of context to a lot of the the concerns we might have about clients. That often it might in a number of cases be the welfare officers that are referring us to the client in the first place. So they would tell us. So for example, they won't give us context about what had happened to a client or what the client alleged happened. So it was already made clear to us at the outset that the centre were aware or should be aware of the particular thing.
And we talked a little bit before about the sort of threshold that might apply for you referring something as a sort of safeguarding concern, and you talked about immediacy being a key factor for you, at least, that you applied. Taking the situation where a detained person tells you something but says, I don't want to make a complaint, would you have reported, for example, if there was physical violence outside of a use of force?
It's very hard to comment generally without a specific example, I think, in mind.
And I'll ask you again, but maybe it's the same answer. But if a client, a detained person, told you that they'd been subjected to racial abuse but said they didn't want to report it, is that something you would feel that you had to report as a safeguarding concern or as any concern?
Again, I'm sorry, I think it's difficult without specific examples in mind. I think we wouldn't necessarily have reported that, particularly if the client was telling us not to.
Okay. So, I mean, is it fair to say that in these situations, really, you took a fact-specific approach rather than a sort of any sort of categorical one where this category of reports always goes forward?
Yes, beyond that threshold, as I mentioned, of an immediate risk, particularly through suicide or self-harm, yes.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. Now, you set out in your inquiry statement at paragraph 19 a number of possible reasons why GDWG were unaware of the mistreatment that was shown on Panorama. We can see those in your statement. We've already dealt with that with Miss Pincus. But just on one of the things, one thing you say is that detained people sometimes lacked faith even in third parties' independence, like NGOs. And you also talk about how, in your experience, detainees were fearful of raising concerns or complaints, or that could lead to punitive measures or damage in some way for their immigration cases, applications for bail or other claims. Were you ever told by a detained person that they lacked faith or trust in your own independence as an organisation?
I don't recall instances of that happening. I certainly recall examples of clients being frustrated with our limitations as an organisation. So, for example, not being able to give legal advice or make bail applications, or other limitations we were hitting. I don't remember our independence, so to speak, being directly questioned by clients. I think, if I might just add, what I think was definitely the case was a more general, pervasive sense of distrust. I think it's, clients put indefinite in detention in prison conditions in increasingly at this point crowded rooms in desperate situations. I think it's reasonable, understandable that people detained would find it difficult to know who to trust, find it difficult to know how to distinguish between who is, a G4S representative versus who is an NGO. Where do those sit? I think a generalised sense of nobody is helping me was understandable and probably common.
You also state that a large number of people were not aware of GDWG and did not realise that they could raise welfare or other concerns with GDWG or receive help with making complaints. What, if any, steps did you take to try and tackle those issues as an organisation?
In terms of knowledge of
increasing awareness or increasing awareness about what they could report to you or talk to you about as an organisation?
Well, I think the main things we would certainly have tried where possible. It was, again, our limited physical access into the centre was a barrier. So, for example, we tried to ensure there were posters with contact information and basic information about our services available, and I think in different languages within the centre. But because we weren't actually going in ourselves to put things on a notice board, we were reliant on staff putting those up, checking they were up, updating them, and I don't know how often that was happening. Otherwise we were dependent very much on the welfare officers referring to us frequently and spreading the word about us, which I think they generally very much did, and on strong word of mouth around clients, and on keeping our access going. We were responsive on our free helpline, keeping our drop-ins running even when we were a very small staff team, but keeping those running as much as possible, so we were there as much as possible, so that we were known as much as possible.
Okay. I want to come on to talk about some stuff after Panorama and how the relationship was in the immediate aftermath. So we can see, if we could bring up on screen GDW 00003, page 41. So this is a letter that you sent on the 25th of September 2017, so about 3 weeks after Panorama. was broadcast to Steve Skitt, but copying in Paul Gasson. And the letter carries on from 41 to 44, and without going through each bit of it, in summary, you set out in this letter in detail the work of GDWG, the purpose of the drop-in sessions, and the reasons why they needed to take place in a private room. Why did you feel like they needed to be set out in this way at this time?
I wanted to. My purpose of this letter was to try and be, as diplomatic as possible, but also as clear as possible. I wanted to both reassure them. So I wanted to, I stressed again to management that we weren't providing legal advice, that we weren't providing counselling, that we were clear, and that everyone volunteering or working for us was clear on those boundaries. Here are the, we think, completely reasonable things we should do. I think even in the context of that time and the aftermath of that August meeting, well, I wasn't prepared to agree to what they thought that, what they really wanted was me to say, we will meet clients in a private room to assign a social visitor, check, this came up in meetings at points, to check, because we also gave out second-hand clothing if on request, to check measurements for clothing. These are the things we'll do, absolutely no more than that. I wasn't going to commit to that because that wasn't where we saw the remit of our work stopping.
Did you feel like you could be more assertive now, as at 25th of September 2017, because Panorama had been shown, and you already said there was a sort of slight change in the balance of power?
I'm sure that was in my mind.
Okay.
Although I think this letter's quite detailed, and I wanted to respond as constructively as possible. But I think that dynamic was in my mind. Yes.
And if we go over to page 43, which is still part of that letter, you also set out here. You addressed some of the concerns that had been raised at the most recent meeting in August, which you've already talked about. In relation to referring people to IMB and Wrapped, you emphasise in your the nature of your contact with those agencies was a matter for you and those organisations, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you also respond to the concerns raised by the tone of emails, saying that your view was that you didn't think the tone was disrespectful, but noting that tone could be subjective, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you say you're happy to continue the arrangement you offered immediately after the meeting, and it says where I will be the individual conduit for any concerns raised to you by GWG for the time being. Was that what happened in the period from this time?
Yes, as far as I can recall. I don't think I'd had a response to this letter, and I think it was then a period following from this where there were far fewer requests for meetings from management, but I think as far as I'm aware we could do with that range.
And you go on from the bottom here to make suggestions about the future conduct of meetings, saying that you'd like to bring a trustee to meetings. I think you say in your statement that was so that somebody could take a note, is that right?
Yes, yes, that's correct. I mean, I also felt that having had that experience of that August meeting, I wanted a backup of a witness in the room apart from anything else, but also an additional support from me, given that dynamic.
Because in meetings it was you and at least two other people.
Or three managers, yeah.
Okay. And as you say, you also say in here, and these are the proposals we talked about before, that you'd like for future meetings there to be an agenda agreed beforehand. If they had concerns, you'd like them to set them out in summary before a meeting. Did you ever receive a response to this proposal?
I don't believe I did, no.
At the bottom of page 44, if we can. Oh, sorry, maybe it must be page 43, or unless it's at the top of that page. Top of that page, I think. Yeah. You say the final paragraph, finally, to end on a positive note, I was really encouraged to hear you say at the meeting that you felt that in 99.9% of cases, the GDWG was doing good work. How do you reconcile I'm asked to ask you this on behalf of the Home Office or G4S, I can't remember exactly which one, how do you reconcile this comment that had been made that 99.9% of cases you were doing good work with the suggestion that at that meeting they were being bullying and combative and distrustful?
I don't recall the exact wording in the meeting. So I'm confident it happened because I referred to it. My recollection of that meeting is that it was strongly hostile, and as I've described, repeated threats to take the drop-in away, raised voices. I think somebody may have banged the table at some.
Now, at paragraph 57 of your 2018 statement, you say that must have been around a week after this. You refer to the fact that your colleague, Miss Blackwell, emailed the Forward Trust, Anton Boley, who was a witness on Wednesday, to check that GDWG could continue to refer detainees directly to the Forward Trust and that they could refer people directly to you for help in return. If we can turn up page 46 of this document. So you see the email there. Can you confirm we both continue to agree that we can refer cases directly to you and vice versa? And then if we go up, in response, dear Naomi, I hope you're well. I was informed that referral process has to go through welfare office, please. And if we can go to the page 45, the previous page. Naomi Blackwell responds saying, can you tell me when you were informed this and by whom? If you get a chance, can we discuss this? The response from Anton Boley is, I'm not allowed to give any information regarding your questions. It would be best to contact Deputy Director Stephen Skitt, who can give you more informed information. And Stephen Skitt is CC'd in there. Do you now know or have any view as to who made this decision?
I don't. I mean, well, no, I don't know for certain. This chimes very much with the message I was given, and the fact that the referrals to the RAPT organisation, the Forward Trust, was one of the things they wanted to discuss at that August meeting, and were clear they didn't think was appropriate.
And so although you'd said previously that you felt there was some shift in the balance of power after Panorama, this was 3 or 4 weeks on from Panorama, and you were being told that you can't refer people to a drugs and alcohol charity and they can't refer them to you directly, is that right?
Yes.
And
sorry, if I might just add, the context was that prior to this, although I think for a variety of reasons we may not have referred large numbers of clients to RAPT, but Anton had been into our office earlier that year, I think, to train staff, talk about his work. He was very, very welcoming and friendly, encouraging referrals. He was a very open, straightforward person offering that support, and we'd found him very easy to speak with and refer to. So it seemed clear this wasn't it. I would be very surprised to learn it doesn't fit with the August meeting at all. This was driven by RAPT deciding that things were inappropriate. It seemed clear that was management influencing,
and in
saying
fact,
this wasn't appropriate.
And in fact, Anton Boley gave evidence on Wednesday saying that they were told not to contact GDWG, but not given an explanation as to why. Does that surprise you, or does that accord with what you thought at the time?
No, that accords with what I thought.
So we'd seen your letter, which was in September 2017, 2 or 3 weeks after Panorama, and you say in your inquiry statement at paragraph 10 that Brook House management did not arrange a further meeting with you until September 2018, a full year after Panorama. Is that right?
Yes.
Had you made any requests for meetings?
I don't recall doing so. I think the assessment that I made was that we were strategically, that the context of Panorama meant that the power dynamic was different. I would have welcomed what I'd set out, previously, but also in that September 2017 letter in terms of quarterly meetings but an agreed format. I would have welcomed that. They never responded on that. Since the dynamic leading up to there over a period of time, and I think had been the case in the time my predecessor too, was of management effectively, and it felt like this to me, and I think my predecessor alluded to this too, that it was us being sort of called in to be told off, for want of a better way of putting it, about particular incidents. I wasn't therefore chasing particular meetings apart from that point, unless they wanted to agree to a new format.
Was there any change, for example, in the willingness of staff to, of Brook House management to agree to repeat visits after Panorama?
My recollection is that, a subtle one, my recollection is that there were at least some occasions in the year or so after the relevant period, that there would be occasions where we would request, a staff member would request a second visit, not get a response, and we would make a judgment call that, and probably chase it, and still get no response. We would make a judgment call that we would, in effect, risk their wrath, because we would book the person in anyway, and it wouldn't be an issue. I don't remember
so
it then being...
you were more willing to risk their wrath from then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think in your 2018 statement, you said, and without going into the specific paragraph, I think it's fair to summarise that you were slightly concerned when you were giving that statement that there might be negative consequences for you. Is that fair?
Yes.
But I think it's right you say in your inquiry witness statement that, in fact, there weren't any negative consequences for you after giving that statement.
No, that's correct.
Okay. But you do... Sorry, you can carry on.
And no, I was just going to mention that we also actually had a positive development at Tinsley House rather than Brook, in that in the early part of 2018, where we had long wanted to set up an equivalent drop-in surgery space within Tinsley House, and that was able to happen quite positively.
And was it the same, because I think we've heard evidence that it's the same management, G4S management, that were running Brook House and Tinsley House at the relevant period, and I think the same Home Office staff as well. Was it the same people you were dealing with?
In recollection, Naomi Blackwell and I met with a manager at Tinsley who had certainly worked across both sites and referred back to, relatively in passing, the witness statement, alleged issue.
You say in your inquiry statement that despite these sort of improvements, you remain cautious about what issues you raised even after Panorama, and you give the example of a detained person being put on closed visits as an apparently punitive measure. That's in paragraph 12 of your inquiry statement. We heard evidence from Jamie McPherson on Wednesday that he, in fact, raised an occasion with you when he thought a detained person, D191, had been put on closed visits as a punitive measure, and you had said that you didn't feel like you could raise that with G4S without destabilising the relationship. Is that the occasion that you're talking about, or were there more than one?
Oh, in terms of us going ahead with a second...
Well, so you say in your statement that there's an example of detained people being put on closed visits as an apparently punitive measure. Jamie McPherson gave evidence about one of those. Was there only one situation like that, or were there more situations like that?
My apologies, I'm clear now. From my recollection, that wasn't the only example of that. There weren't many examples, but I think in a similar period there may have been one or two other examples of different visitors experiencing that issue.
And I'm asked on behalf of G4S to ask you how you knew that this was happening as a punitive measure as opposed to for any other reason.
I think I was certainly clear on. It was certainly clear on that from the time. I mean, I remember. We certainly were clear on that from our understanding of what the person detained was being told, and the fact that the closed visits seemed to be happening on a kind of, effectively on an indefinite basis, and our understanding was that shouldn't be the case. I think the conclusion that Jamie reached was that in relation to this particular client, was that the visits had been stopped because the client was allegedly receiving drugs. No one else was visiting him apart from Jamie. There was an implied accusation to a GWG visitor.
And so is it fair to say essentially you believed what your visitors were telling you?
Yes. Yes. I'm sorry to be vague in the point. I think if I could review the client information, I'd be clear on that. But I remember being very clear, it seemed. We were clear. We were looking at the wording of the detention service orders and checking on this point, and it seemed clear. Seemed clear to us that it was being applied as a punitive measure. There weren't other legitimate reasons for the closed visits being imposed.
I want to come on to discuss your interviews with Verita, which happened after the 2017, 2018. You were interviewed you met firstly with Ed Marsden from Verita, I understand, on the 24th of October 2017. If we can bring that document up on screen at VER 000198, please. So these are the notes from the meeting. Have you had the chance to look at these before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we can see from the bottom, so it sets out sort of the big issues, some notes on what your activities were at Brook House. Then at the bottom, it summarises your relationship with G4S. It says difficult relationship with G4S. If we go over to the next page, top, it says meet them quarterly. G4S are defensive and suspicious, want to restrict their role. Happy with them doing non-controversial practical tasks. Suspicious of casework. G4S doesn't like them referring cases to others. Meets Steve Skett, Dan Houghton, Paul Gasson. G4S feel openly threatened. Don't want them or you contacting IMB Home Office caseworker. Struck by a level of hostility, I presume that's from you. Included Ben Saunders. Is that saying that the hostility included hostility from Ben Saunders?
Yes, although certainly it felt that was also. I think I only met with Ben Saunders on that one occasion, relatively early in post, but he echoed very much the concerns I'd heard before and since.
And JWU has never been in the centre, thinks G4S refused. Had you requested to go into the heart of the centre before?
We'd requested a tour of the centre, so we had a better understanding of the layout, which I knew was something that wasn't unprecedented in terms of other NGOs, and actually I had at other centres outside of Gatwick.
Do you remember when that request was made and refused?
I don't recall. I think I would have requested that fairly early on in post in 2016, but I don't recall.
Okay. Was there a reason ever given to you for refusing that request?
I don't remember being given one, no.
Okay. And then we see at the bottom under incidents, starting from the third bullet point, there's a sort of question, where does BBC programme fit in JW's experience? And then presumably a note of your response. Can't place it, shocked him, but had heard rumours, can't compare it over time. What does can't place it mean? I know these are only notes, but if you can help.
Can't place it. I think the context of the question was, how did this stand out as an unusual, how did this relate to what happened, experience of detention before that? And I think that phrase, I can't compare it over time, is probably accurate because we only had the undercover footage at that particular point.
Then it says, GWG have good relations with some officers, know they're caring, no notice removal adds to anxiety, presumably that's the anxiety of detained people. Paul Gasson, hostile. Steve Skett was helpful and now less so, become more hostile, don't refer to other agencies, etc. And then it talks about a defensive response. And then we know, Mr. Wilson, that you gave an interview to Kate Lampard's investigation in February 2018 that covers much of the issues that we've already discussed, so I don't need to ask you about specific bits, but Chair had asked for that to be adduced in full, and that's at VER 000249. Mr. Wilson, I want to come on to ask you about your relationship with the IMB. In your 2018 witness statement, you speak about your dealings with the IMB, the Independent Monitoring Board, at paragraph 61 to 64. And you refer to 3 meetings you had with IMB members since becoming a director. You talk about one when you first started in summer 2016, where you say that you gained the impression that the IMB was too close to Brook House management, and that they were keen to advise you not to overstep the mark with Brook House management. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we have an email exchange between Miss Blackwell and Jackie Colbrand from the IMB, which we've already seen when looking at G4S's response to this. But if we can bring it up on screen again, it's GDW 00003, page 38. And dealing now with the IMB's response, with Jackie Colbrand's response, this was where Miss Blackwell wanted them to intervene to check whether his request to move to Tinsley House would be dealt with. And she says this is beginning to step outside our remit, and it would be inappropriate for them to follow up. There was no indication that correct procedures were not being followed. Did you think this was a reasonable response by the IMB?
No. I think our understanding of the IMB's role was that they were, encouraging concerns to be raised, particularly directly from people detained. There were an actual complaints box system for that to happen. And our impression was it was not used very much, but that was there. They had a regular presence in the centres. So I felt it was entirely appropriate that that Naomi had raised this with them. I think it would have been appropriate for them to not be able to give us very much information back, but to say, we will take this away, thank you for raising that. But I felt this was, very unnecessary. The phrase, there's no indication that the correct procedures are not being followed. I think there was quite a quick turnaround between emails here. Seemed to me at the time, and seems now looking back, to have been a very quick, absolute, we are confident that everything is being followed correctly, without saying we will look into this, which I would expect an independent monitoring board to do.
And the bottom couple of lines say, if you have concerns about a detainee, we should always be more than glad to hear from you, and where appropriate, pass the information to the Brook House safeguarding manager, whose specific role is to protect the vulnerable. Did you believe that during the relevant period, first of all, do you know who the safeguarding manager was during the relevant period?
We had a safeguarding contact email and phone number to call. There was a member of staff called James Begg, who would often be the person responding. I'm not sure. I don't think his job title was a safeguarding manager, so I'm not certain on that point.
And do you feel like the Brook House, whether it's the safer custody or whatever it was called at the relevant period, do you think that they did undertake a specific role to protect the vulnerable?
I think that should have been part of that role, but I think it was clear to us we had nothing to be gained by raising things unless we felt they needed to be raised. So if we were raising something to the IMB, it's because support wasn't in place for whatever reason within the centre, and we were asking an independent organisation to do if there was anything they could do to look into that. So, did
you ever attend a safer custody meeting?
No.
Were you ever invited to do so?
No, I don't believe I was ever invited. I'm sure I would have attended.
Okay. I'm asked to ask you a Rule 10 from the IMB. Other than this occasion, do you remember whether there were other occasions during the relevant period when your organisation sent emails to the IMB raising concerns about specific detained people?
I'm not certain. I think certainly not frequently. I think we would occasionally, but I don't recall, I'm afraid.
And what about emails raising concerns about more general matters, such as facilities on the wings and things like that? Do you remember whether those type of issues were raised with the IMB?
I don't remember us doing that outside of where the small number of meetings you mentioned during my time in the organisation. I don't remember that kind of correspondence.
And did the IMB take up any referrals that you gave them during the relevant period, to the best of your recollection?
I don't remember them doing so, no.
And were there occasions when the IMB would refer people to you as an organisation?
I don't remember that happening. No, I'm not certain it didn't, but I don't remember that happening.
Okay. If we can bring up on screen, please, Vera 000110. Chair, that's at tab 7 of your bundle.
Thank you.
These are, or will be when they come up, notes of a meeting that you had with IMB members in November 2017. So this was 2 months after Panorama had been broadcast. You say in your statement paragraph 62, that the IMB, had clearly been in discussion with Brook House management about management's criticisms of your organisation as they repeated a list of G4S complaints. Is that right?
Yes.
And we can see from the top there, BH management suspicious that we give legal advice and we are not qualified to do so. E.g. referral of detainees to other agencies, these should be referred to BH management, described as insulting and patronising. Is that what the IMB told you?
Yes.
And just so that we can be as clear as possible, when we're talking about the IMB here, who were the individuals that you met? Do you remember?
At this particular meeting.
Yeah. I think we know, if it helps, that Jackie Colbrand was the chair of the IMB up until January 2018.
And she was handing over to Mary.
To Mary Molyneux.
I think they were both present there. I think there was at least one or two other members of the IMB there.
Okay.
I can't recollect the names.
And still looking at that, a few lines down, there's noted IMB : G4S staff are more humane and have better social skills than prison officers, cooperation and openness. So was that the IMB saying that actually G4S staff are more humane and have better skills than prison officers?
Yes.
What was your reaction to that?
I've had very little experience of going into prisons and working with prisons officers, so we wouldn't be able to make that comparison ourselves. I mean, I think maybe we're going to ask, but I felt very much they were passing on without having critically kind of processed the comments from management about what they thought our approach was. And I felt this was quite defensive and did seem further evidence of a closeness, which I'd picked up at that first meeting I had with them in 2016.
And just so that we know, do you know the provenance of this meeting note? Was this a note that was done by someone within GDWG?
Yes, as a member of the team.
The penultimate dash there says, our contract with HO at Brook House, Paul Gaston, closed and hostile. Is that you saying that Paul Gaston was closed and hostile, or is that IMB saying that? Do you remember?
I honestly can't remember at this point. It's hard to imagine it was IMB saying that. Okay. But
going further down the page, please, if we could bring up the bottom half. Just picking out another couple of things there about how the IMB operates. It says their monitoring role, not there to help the detainees on an individual basis. Did they tell you that it wasn't their role to help detainees on an individual basis?
Yes, I mean,
And the third dash, it says detainees treated fairly and humanely. Was that them saying that detainees were treated fairly and humanely, or saying
I
that
think
it was
that's
their job?
that was saying that was their job was to ensure that happened.
Okay. If we could, actually, the penultimate bullet point, it says, complaint staff member, they do a full-scale investigation if it's serious. So was that the IMB saying that if there was a complaint about a staff member, they would do a full-scale investigation if it was serious?
Or that it would happen. I don't know whether IMB would do that. And they're referring to G4S doing that.
And the bullet point above that, while I see it, is 3 officers and the manager on each wing, now 150 detainees per wing with just 2 officers. Was that an issue about staffing levels?
Yes.
Yeah. And if we can go over to the next page, please. The third bullet point from the bottom says, IMB, and I quote, did not know about Panorama issues raised, and there's an exclamation mark in brackets there. They felt that Panorama gave a distorted picture. In their, IMB's, presumably mind, there were undoubtedly a couple of serious incidents captured, including the strangulation, but much of the programme was dramatic music, blurry images giving an impression of chaos and fluff. Was that the message that came to you from
Very
the IMB?
clearly, yes.
Do you remember who said that?
I think it was Jackie leading the conversation and saying that, but I'm not 100% sure at this point.
And how did you react to that during the meeting?
I was very surprised, and I remember as a staff team we discussed afterwards, we were all taken aback by that. We had an impression of IMB being very close to management. We were concerned about how they were doing their role. We'd had the issues around being told not, around the contact that had happened earlier in the year. We were expecting at this point, so this is November 2017, a couple of months after Panorama, we were expecting, and I have to say IMB were always, the meetings were very friendly to us, but we were expecting there to be some reflection going on at the IMB about what had happened, how the incidents during the period happened, how they'd missed them given their very active presence in the centre, and then not for them to acknowledge responsibility but to have an awareness of that, to be learning from it, to want to. And from our point of view, we thought we could only help them in doing their role, in raising issues to them, so that we could help them to help make it a safer environment. We were expecting that kind of tone to the meeting, and instead, although again they were friendly, there's a lot of, this note accurately captures, they were very defensive, and it felt to us we're very much apologising for G4S, for Brook management, what had happened.
And we heard evidence from Anna Pincus yesterday that the relationship with the IMB, and certainly her confidence in them, improved going forward. She referred to there being a new chair. You were still at GDWG for another year or so after this, I think. Was that your experience, that the relationship improved, or that your confidence in them improved at all?
That feels right, although I don't remember during 2018, so my last year at GDWG, I don't remember very much direct contact with the IMB. I think it was at this point that we had agreed a system where the IMB were copied into safeguarding emails. I don't remember IMB then ever responding specifically on a chain. I don't remember that happening. So I remember communication being quite little.
And one final question, Mr. Wilson, is looking back on the relevant periods, and we've gone through sort of chronologically your relationship personally and as an organisation with Brook House Management and with Home Office managers. Do you have any reflections on how GDWG were treated and how you were treated?
Yes, it was baffling to me at the time, and I think is maybe more so in looking back. I think one of the things I never understood, well, as we've discussed in the statements, there were specific things that management brought to me at particular points, none of which I felt were, I responded as best I could to those concerns. But there was very little that I felt was justified or that required, corrective measures by us, or that were something we needed to apologise for or amend for. What I didn't understand and don't understand what was behind that and the culture that we were facing in terms of this deep suspicion and the need to restrict our work, because we were clear. I didn't see how we were a threat. We weren't even, and we would have been legitimate if we had been, qualified to do these things and weren't doing them. But we weren't giving legal advice. We weren't counselling. We gave clear parameters for our visitors around. We were working in a wider sense of an organisation for reform of the detention system, and particularly for an end to indefinite detention. But that was very much about wider policy reform. We weren't protesting about the Gatwick centres in particular. We made volunteers agree not to take part in protests outside the centres or do anything that might harm our relationship with management. And in terms of all that our work was doing, in effect, we were offering additional support to people detained who were, for whatever reason, the staffing levels seemed extremely stretched. There were clearly things being missed. We were being and were in discussions such as the request to have a presence within welfare. In effect, we were offering, I think I used this phrase in my witness statement, we were offering to further be an auxiliary form of welfare service. That's not necessarily what GDWG how we would have framed that, or there's a wider thing about whether charities should be doing that, but that's what we were doing. We were flagging up everything where we thought that was appropriate to do so. I didn't see and don't see how that would anything other than a help to the centre, and so this deep suspicion of us was mystifying and is mystifying.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Those are all my questions. Chair, you may have some questions.
Thank you. I do have a few, Mr. Wilson. One of the questions that I had relates in one respect to the IMB, but a little bit more broadly as well. So I understand from how you've explained it, where you did have concerns, whether we describe those as safeguarding. If I give an example of the kind of thing that I mean. So if somebody were to tell one of your volunteers or members of staff that they felt at risk from another person, another detained person, or from a member of staff, or that a use of force had been used against them and that they felt it had been excessive, those kind of concerns. I understand from your evidence that may have made case-by-case decisions on whether or not to whom you would report particular concerns like that. My question really is whether, as an organisation, you kept records yourselves, even if you decided not to disclose that information or to make a referral or to raise a complaint. Did your staff, did your organisation keep records yourselves so that you had a picture of the type of issues that were being raised?
Yes, we had an access database for all interactions from the office with clients, and we would have endeavoured to complete a case note on every interaction and for every action we were doing for a client. Okay.
So had you been asked to provide anonymised data in whatever form you needed to, could you have provided that to G4S, the Home Office, and the IMB to give them a picture of the type of issues that were being raised to you as an organisation?
We certainly would have endeavoured to do that. The barrier would have been a technological one, that we were using a quite limited access database that was based a lot around text notes rather than categories. So analysis of those notes at points would have been difficult. It might have been difficult to draw some of those issues out. That would have been the barrier.
Okay, I suspect I know the answer to this. Sorry, do you go ahead? I was going to say, were you ever asked for that information from either the Home Office, G4S, or the IMB?
No, to my recollection, no.
Okay, thank you. And connected to that, we heard from Ms Pincus yesterday that she had experience of detainees being told directly not to make complaints by a member of staff. Did you have an experience of that or observe any of that yourself?
I don't recall personally, and I was, because we were a small team, speaking to clients, visiting clients myself, but less so than other members of staff. I don't recall clients saying that to me directly. I remember certainly a culture of a great reluctance to raise complaints for a variety of reasons.
But you can't think of any particular instances yourself?
I can't think of examples of a client reporting to me that a staff member had actually said that explicitly, do not make a complaint, just that it was not encouraged. It wasn't something clients felt able to do.
Okay, what about members of your organisation reporting to you that detained people had said that to them? Does that make sense? Did you hear that about that issue?
I don't remember that happening.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. The other question that I had for you was in relation to the meeting that you told us about on the 18th of August, which you described as hostile. One of the things that you said was mentioned in that meeting was that you talked about, and I'll read it to you just so that I'm not kind of paraphrasing you. I repeatedly pointed out that it was legitimate for GDWG to raise concerns about detainees. You said in your statement that Mr. Skitt's response was, but are you being audited? Can I just clarify, at that meeting when that was said, was Paul Gasson from the Home Office present in that meeting? Do you remember him saying anything in relation to the question of being audited?
I don't recall him doing that, no.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. They're the end of my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Wilson. Chair, if I might suggest, we have possibly only just a 5-minute break or so, maybe 10-minute break, so that we can then proceed with reading in evidence. So I would suggest, if you're okay with it, returning at 12:40.
12:40, that's fine. understanding.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, thank you very much.
Thank you
It's
very
been
much.
a long morning, I'm sure, but I'm very grateful for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you at 12:40. Thank you.
Thank you,
Miss
Chair.
Moore, thank you.
We are now moving on to some read evidence in respect of 3 detained persons who are not able to attend to give live evidence at this time. First, in respect of D2033. Chair, we have received a witness statement from D2033, which is at DL0000149. And I would ask for that to be adduced in full.
Thank you.
Counsel to the inquiry have also prepared a summary of that statement. D2033 has requested, through his representatives, that Mr Goodman be permitted to read out the inquiry's summary of his evidence, and Chair, you agreed to that request.
Indeed, thank you.
As such, you will now hear that summary from Mr Goodman.
Thank you, Mr Goodman.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. D2033 has asked me to thank you specifically for this because he's too unwell to attend himself and give evidence, and he's grateful for the opportunity for his statement to be read through me, his counsel. And can I also thank the inquiry counsel and solicitor team, and of course the staff, and particularly the stenographers, for their hard work and impeccable work throughout this.
Thank you.
So this is the witness statement of D2033. ID 2033, redacted date of birth, state as follows. I make this statement as a witness in the inquiry into Brook House IRC, where I was detained in April 2017 when I was a minor. As it has been 4 years since I was detained at Brook House and I have memory problems because I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, I cannot remember every detail. The following account contains everything I can remember at present, and I reserve the right to add to or amend my account at a later date, in particular in light of the content of further disclosure received from the inquiry or questions posed by the inquiry. And then summarise paragraphs 2 to 4 as follows. D2033 provides his full name and age and states that he is a national of Afghanistan. He provides his date of birth, which would make him a minor at the time of the detention at Brook House. He states that the Home Office did not accept this and had given him an earlier date of birth. Last year, the upper tribunal decided to accept his date of birth as claimed, but the Home Office continues to state he was born earlier, despite the upper tribunal's order. The documents are available but not being adduced at present.
Thank you.
I was detained at Brook House IRC from the 3rd of April 2017 until the 11th of April 2017, when I was unlawfully removed from the UK to Germany. I myself don't remember which wing I was kept on, but I know that I was transferred from one wing to another during this week that I was at Brook House. Because I had argued with officers about my age during the induction, they put me in an isolation wing. I have been advised by my solicitors that this was probably E-wing. After a couple of days, they put me in a wing where I had to share a room. Again, I complained to the officers that I was under 18, and then I was moved back to an isolation wing, and from there, I was unlawfully removed to Germany. And I summarise paragraphs 7 to 12 as follows. D2033 provides some detail about his background, including that he was kidnapped, tortured, and sexually abused in Afghanistan, and his brother and father were killed. He arrived in the UK and was looked after by social services and then by his uncle. He accessed mental health services in the community, was diagnosed with PTSD and depression, and was started on medication. D2033 is still working for a decision on his claim to asylum. Detention. Paragraph 13. I was detained by the Home Office after I attended the reporting centre in Croydon on the 3rd of April 2017. Prior to being asked to report on this date, I had not previously been required to report to the Home Office. I did not expect that I would be taken in a detention centre from the reporting centre, and so I had not brought my medication with me or other belongings, such as spare clothes and toiletries. When the Home Office took me to a detention centre from the reporting centre, this dealt me a mental shock. When I saw what the detention centre was like, I became very afraid. The act of taking me to the detention centre conjured up all of the memories of what had happened to me in Afghanistan when I was abducted and detained against my will. Induction. I was taken to Brook House from the reporting centre in the evening after I had waited at the reporting centre until the evening. When we entered through the main entrance, there was a reception, and the officers took me to the reception and went through the induction and registration process with me. In the meantime, the officers were joking about me and laughing at me. They were asking me ridiculous questions, whether I was working with the army and whether I had killed any people, because I am from Afghanistan. I found this very confusing and insulting, especially as I was a child at the time. During the induction, I was asked a number of questions, but I don't now remember them. It was very stressful for me being detained, and on top of that, the officers asked me very offensive questions. I found the entire induction process to be very stressful. I never had an experience like it before, and I haven't since. It was dark when I arrived at Brook House, sometimes between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. After the induction, they just put me in a cell on my own. As soon as I arrived in this cell, I was locked in by officers. It was an experience like nothing I'd ever encountered. I was very scared and afraid and anxious. It was a real shock to me. It felt like they had dealt me a real psychological blow, worsening my feelings of self-harm and suicide, which I had been experiencing since my experiences of being captured and tortured in Afghanistan. I felt that the Home Office were making my problems worse, considering that I was a very young person and I was already suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and depression, for which I was prescribed medication. They did not give me a tour of Brook House, and no healthcare professional visited me. I remember that they measured my waist and height during the induction, but I'm not sure whether the person who did this was from the healthcare department. I do not remember whether I had access to an interpreter during the induction. As far as I can recall, I just had to communicate in English. At that time, my level of English was not good, but I just did my best to answer the questions. From what I can recall, I was asked basic questions such as my name and what country I came from. I didn't know that I could ask for an interpreter. I don't recall being given any written materials during my induction or being informed of my rights as a detainee. When I arrived at Brook House, I pleaded with the officers to put me somewhere safe, as I was a young person and I was afraid. I feared I might be sexually assaulted, as I had been in Afghanistan. I think as a result of this, I was put in an isolation wing for something like 2 nights. Physical environment. I don't know which wing I was accommodated in at Brook House, but my solicitors have told me that it was E-wing. When I arrived at the wing on my first night, I realised that the wing I had been placed in was where the troublemakers, or disturbed people, were, those who were fighting and causing trouble. It was clear that this was an exceptional wing for exceptional people. The reason why I say this is that when I was taken to my room, the troublemakers were shouting and banging on the doors to their rooms. The person just next to my room was constantly kicking the door throughout the night. This was very alarming. After around 2 nights, I was transferred to another wing where they mixed me with adults. I was placed in a cell with one other man, but several people came and left whilst I was there. It was scary for me to share with adults. I wasn't able to sleep at night, and I always worried that my roommate might attack me or sexually assault me during the night. I think that I was especially afraid of this because of my past experiences of sexual assault in Afghanistan. I pleaded with the officers that I should be kept somewhere safe and transferred back in the first wing, to the first wing where I had a room by myself. Although it wasn't easy for me being in a room by myself, I thought that it was preferable to me sharing with adults. When they transferred me to the public wing, there was a lady, a middle-aged woman, who used to come to check in on me. I think that probably she was from welfare. I believe this was because they realised I was underage. She used to come and talk to me and ask how I am. Every night she would come to my room. I'm not sure how many times, but she came at late hours. And here I'm just going to summarise paragraph 75C2. D2033 adds that as far as he can recall, every time he had an opportunity he would ask the officers and the lady from welfare if he could transfer rooms. Paragraph 21. After a few nights, I was transferred back to first wing where I was detained on the first day. I am told that this wing is called the Care and Separation Unit, or E-wing, but there was no care there. The measures in that wing were very tough, and there was a high level of security and custody. I think they kept me in E-wing as a precautionary measure, as I was underage, and they didn't want any problems later on. The people who were kept in this wing were under strict supervision. There were around 10 detainees held in separate rooms in my corridor, and there were around 6 security guards for these detainees, and so there was a high ratio of guards to detainees. It was a horrible experience for me being detained at Brook House. Most of the people there were suffering from mental health problems, and some of the detainees looked like they were dangerous criminals. Some of them had tattoos on their bodies and looked like very angry people, and this made me feel very afraid. I kept thinking that all I had done was come to the UK to seek asylum and protection, and instead the authorities had placed me in detention with dangerous and damaged adults, some of whom were using drugs. I was afraid that the other detainees would rape me, and I constantly felt in danger. Being detained at Brook House IRC reminded me of the torture that I suffered in Afghanistan, which included rape. It was very traumatizing for me. For a few nights I was kept in a room with another detainee who was very angry and was always shouting and screaming. I was afraid that he would attack me. For those few nights I could not sleep at all. One time when I returned to the room from getting some food, I saw that he had ripped up the bedsheets and made a mess in the room. He had destroyed and broken everything in the room. I felt very afraid. This was like a nightmare for me. At one point, the other detainee had a plastic object in his hand and threatened me that if I stepped forward, he would hit me up with it. I think it was a plastic knife. And here, summarising paragraph 75, D as follows. D 2033 said he did not have anything of his own in the room which was destroyed, as he was brought to Brook House in just the clothes he was wearing, although he may have had some documents. Paragraph 26. After this, I reported the incident to the security guards, who swapped that roommate with someone else. Then the next day, I again went to the officers saying, "I'm not happy to share a room with an adult, please put me somewhere safe," and they moved me back to the isolation wing. When I was in the isolation wing, I saw a man in a very bad condition. He had stitched his lips together as a protest, and his lips were bloody. He was an Iranian and was on hunger strike, as he was going to be returned to Germany. He was in a terrible, dangerous condition, as you would imagine if a person's lips were sewn and bleeding. I had no contact with him. All I can tell you is that I saw him in that condition. This was the first time that I had seen that kind of thing, and I was scared. That incident always comes back to me, and I still have scary nightmares and flashbacks about that incident and about being in detention in general. I understand from my solicitors that they also represent this man in the inquiry and that he is a core participant. In both wings, the toilet was embedded inside of the room, and there was a very narrow partition which made the toilet separate from the rest of the room, but there was no door. It wasn't private. When someone was using the toilet, you could also hear and smell the stench of the toilet. It made me feel an additional psychological blow and emotional torment. I had to wait for the other roommate to go out or to dinner or lunch, and there was a bit of a space before I felt comfortable to go to the toilet. Whenever my roommate was in the room, I did not feel comfortable to go to the toilet. Being in Brook House was a nightmare for me. The layout of the shared room was as follows. When you entered the room, in front of you were two detainees' beds, and to the side of the room there was a toilet bowl that you could see. So if the other detainee was in his bed, he couldn't see you going to the toilet, but if he walked to the side or went to leave the room, he could see you. It was not safe, always exposed. It was a small room. I do not remember exactly the timetable when I was at Brook House. During the night we had to stay in our rooms, and during the day there were certain hours when we were allowed to go outside. Sometimes we were allowed to go to the corridors or kitchen, and there were some times when we were able to walk to other wings. Every day when I was at Brook House, we had a lock-in for many of the hours. I can't tell you about when exactly in the day that happened. There were times when we were ordered to return to our rooms, and we were then locked in there. On the first day, when an officer told me to go back to my room, I had a bad feeling, but thought that at least when I was in my room, I would be safe. Although the door to my room was locked, I could hear a lot of angry people around me banging on their cells and shouting, which was very scary. Naturally, nobody likes to be locked in against their will, but that was what it was. As humans, we like to be free, but they had imposed these conditions against me, and there was nothing I could do about it. We didn't have the ability to make our own decisions on the wing, but I felt particularly bad when the security personnel ordered me to return to my room and locked the door on me. In terms of activities to do, there was a billiard table and TV in the corridor, and sometimes the officers gave me a pen and paper, and then I had an opportunity to draw something. I'm not sure if there were education opportunities available. If there were, then nobody told me about them. There was also a gym, but I didn't go there. It was a very stressful time for me, and I wasn't in a position to go to the gym and have fun. I was always scared of the others around me. Shortly after I arrived at Brook House, I went to the healthcare department to ask for my antidepressant medication, and the doctor sent me out of the room. I do not remember the name of the doctor. The way he forced me to leave the room felt very inhumane when I was seeking help. On this occasion, I had gone to the healthcare department to ask for my medication for my mental health. I didn't have a prescription with me, but I told the staff that I had been taking the medication before I was detained. The doctor began to speak on the phone, and then he told me to leave the room in a very rude and bad manner. I didn't expect that from a doctor. As far as I can recall, there was no interpreter available for me at all when I was at Brook House. I had to just make do as best I could. My English was not so good at the time, and so it was difficult for me, but I had no choice. At one point, when the Home Office wanted to remove me to Germany, the officer had an interpreter over the phone, and that was when I was told that I was going to be removed to Germany. I believe that this was 1 or 2 days before the removal. I was taken to an office and told that I would be removed to Germany. As far as I can remember, this was the only time that I was provided with an interpreter at Brook House. I never had an interpreter when I visited the healthcare department. When I saw the immigration officers at the detention centre, they said to me, "We are going to remove a group of people back to Germany, but you are not among them." The day after this, they came and took me, and I found out I was going to be removed. Being told this made me feel like I had been tricked and deceived. They gave me false hope, and I thought that I had a chance to be released from the detention centre and back to my uncle. My solicitors at the time had told me that they were trying to get me released on bail. When the officers came in the middle of the night and forcibly removed me, I felt very betrayed and deceived. I do not remember about the regime of accessing the telephone inside the detention centre, but I remember when my maternal uncle came to visit me, he gave me an old phone as we were not allowed a smartphone. Before my uncle provided me with a telephone, I had to use the detention centre phone. The detention centre staff never offered me a mobile phone to use when I was detained. I just had to make do with the public phone. I can't remember exactly how long it was before my uncle brought me a phone. I think they put me in detention on Monday, and I think it was Friday when my uncle came to visit. So from around Monday until Friday, I did not have a personal telephone. As far as I recall, the only visit I had was from my uncle. I think it was a Friday when he came to visit, but I'm not sure. It was quite a short amount of time. The security guards were present and told us when we had to finish. I'd never been detained before in the past, apart from the incident when I was kidnapped in Afghanistan, and so when I met with my maternal uncle, he was trying to encourage me to be brave and patient. It was very hard for me to be strong. Access to legal advice. At the time I was detained, I was represented by a different solicitor's firm. It was my maternal uncle who was in contact with my solicitor. As far as I knew, they were trying to stop my removal and bail me out of detention. I had 2 conversations with my legal representatives when I was in detention. The first time when I contacted him, it was at the reporting centre and had been told that I would be detained. I told my legal representative that I had not been allowed to leave the reporting centre, and my solicitor told me not to worry, that he was going to sort things out. The second time was when I was on the bus on the way to the plane. This was the last time that I spoke to him. I never had a meeting with my legal representatives inside detention. Treatment. When I was detained at Brook House IRC, I was still a young person. It was mentally very hard for me being detained, and the way that I was treated was beyond my worst expectations. As I have explained above, during the induction, the immigration officers spoke in a degrading and insulting way towards me. However, throughout my time in detention, the staff did not behave in a good way towards me. There were many security guards working at Brook House. Some were good, some gave me the impression they did not like immigrants at all and behaved in an unwelcoming manner towards me, and some were in the middle. The guards were always being verbally abusive towards me, but they were never physically abusive. I never witnessed the guards being physically abusive to the other detainees, but from what I can remember, staff were often behaving in a verbally abusive and degrading way to other detainees. For example, when we were told to return to our cells for lock-in, the detention centre staff would tell us very rudely and aggressively to get to our cells. They would act like our bosses rather than requesting politely that we do this. Another example is when I wanted my medicine and pressed the bell. A female officer would come and from behind the door would act rudely would ask rudely what I was pressing the bell for. On another occasion, a guard came to my room and asked me to go with them to another room where I was asked a number of questions. I was alone with him in the room without an interpreter, and he asked me a number of questions regarding what I had done in Afghanistan and how I had come to be in the UK. I can remember this man clearly even now. He was around 35 years old, balding, and carrying a bit of extra weight. I did not want to answer the questions as I felt he was not from the Home Office, and so I did not see why he needed to ask me these questions. His behaviour made me feel like he did not like foreigners, and I found his manner of questioning to be offensive. During the induction, when I told the staff that I was a minor, they just began laughing at me. When I asked them to at least put me in a separate room because of my age, they just laughed at me. I was crying and begging the guards that I didn't want to be kept in a room with adults. In the end, they gave me my own room for a night or two, and then I shared with someone else. One day I was walking down a corridor and I saw a woman walking the other way. I asked her if I could speak to her. I later visited her in the welfare department and told her that I am a minor. But the officers are not listening to me. I told her that I have my tazkera to prove it. A tazkera is an Afghan photographic identity document stating a person's name and age. I asked my maternal uncle to get my tazkera to me, which he did. I told her about my situation and she was helpful and listened. She said that if I can prove that I am under 18 years old, the Home Office won't be allowed to send me to Germany. This gave me hope, but later I brought my tazkera into the Home Office at the detention centre, but they disregarded it and still sent me to Germany. The lady at the welfare department then shared what I had told her with a colleague in the welfare team, who would regularly check on me at night to see how I was doing. And I'm just going to interpolate a summary of paragraph 76 here. D2033 emphasises that he was constantly telling the detention centre staff that he was a minor. He says that most of the time he told them this, they didn't seem to care or to be concerned for his welfare, meaning he had to plead and keep requesting that he was a minor, and that it was not safe for him to be detained or to share with adults before anyone took any notice. Paragraph 42, use of force. When I was removed to Germany, I was physically assaulted during the removal process. I was restrained with handcuffs and I sustained an injury to my wrists. Initially, about 4 to 6 Brook House security staff came to the room in the early hours of the morning and said, "You will be taken to Germany." The officers were wearing full riot gear with batons and shields, and so I felt that I could not resist them. They handed me to other officers who fitted a waist restraint belt which was connected to handcuffs around me. I remained in this waist restraint belt and handcuffs until I reached Germany. I think that the handcuffs were made of plastic, but I cannot remember exactly. These officers were not in full riot gear, but they were wearing their normal uniform, which I think was black and had the name of their company on it. I do not remember the name of the company they were working for. My solicitors told me that the second group of officers worked for a different company to the officers who were at Brook House, but to me they were all connected to Brook House and part of the same experience. I screamed and tried as much as I could to stop them taking me to the airport, but it was no use. I was clinging onto the handrails in order to resist being taken with the officers. The officer deliberately placed himself in a comfortable position, kneeling on the chair with one leg and standing with the other, so that he could drag me with ease. He fitted another pair of handcuffs around one of my wrists, and he held the other handcuff in his hand, so that he could pull me out of the bus when I resisted. When he was unable to forcibly remove me from the bus, he called several of his colleagues over. The officers were so aggressive in forcing me to come with them that they pulled my trousers off. My trousers came off when the 4 or 5 officers were trying to force me off the bus. They were pulling my legs and arms and using all of the force that they could to pull me out of the bus. It was in this struggle that my trousers came off. When the officers were pulling my arms and wrists using the handcuffs, it felt like my arm was coming off. One end of the handcuff was around my wrist and the other was in his hand and he pulled me along using the handcuffs. I still have scars on my wrists from the handcuffs, from when they dug into my skin, leaving deep, bloody cuts on my wrists. My whole body was hurting. It felt like I had been beaten up for the next few days. They then put us onto the plane, and then we were deported to Germany. It was not until I got onto the plane that I was able to pull my trousers up. Before, they had been round my ankles since the officers pulled them off, and I was so focused on resisting removal that I wasn't interested in pulling them up until I knew that I had no hope of resisting removal anymore. Throughout the whole of the journey to Germany on the plane, I was restrained. One officer was sitting to one side of me, holding my arms and legs, and another officer on the other side, holding my arms and legs. There was another officer behind me, forcibly holding my head. I could not move at all. I told the officers that the handcuffs and belt were very tight and causing me a lot of pain, but they told me that I would need to wait until I arrived in Germany until they could remove my handcuffs. It is very distressing for me to think about or talk about this incident. The way that I was forcibly removed, handcuffed and dragged like an animal onto the plane was very inhumane and dealt a psychological blow to me, and is not something I will forget. I summarise paragraph 78 here. D2033 goes on in more detail in his statement about the impact removal to Germany had on him, in particular on his mental health. He says he was in physical pain following the removal, but moreover in psychological pain and in despair. Returning to paragraph 43. I remember on another occasion a detainee cut his wrist and it was very bloody, and the detention centre staff called an ambulance. This was another incident I will never forget. That was a very horrible moment for me. I think they took him to the hospital. I think this happened when I was in the public wing. When I was in the isolation wing in the next room to me, there was a guy who was constantly beating and punching the door. There was no way to stop him from doing this, and this was very scary for me. The door was locked to my room, and it was very noisy. When I returned to the isolation wing from the public wing, that guy was still there. We were all treated badly and without respect, but apart from this incident where the officers taunted me during the induction, which I think may have been due to me being from Afghanistan and the stereotype they had about people from Afghanistan being connected to the Taliban or the army, I do not believe that I was specifically singled out to be treated badly because of my ethnicity, nationality or religion, but this may have been why they treated us all badly. Use of force. I have described how force was used on me to remove me and when I was in the plane. I was assaulted and physically restrained and put in waist restraints and handcuffs. They did this even though I was a young person and had mental health problems. When I was detained in the isolation wing, there was another Afghan boy detained near to me. He was making a lot of noise and banging the doors. I remember that on one occasion, a member of staff did restrain this Afghan boy in another room because he was causing so much fuss. I can remember hearing him shouting and kicking and punching the door. I think that this happened when I was brought back to the isolation wing at the end of my detention. Rule 35. I did not have a Rule 35 report prepared for me by the healthcare department whilst I was in detention. I'm not aware of what a Rule 35 report is, and no one explained to me what a Rule 35 report is or its purpose while I was at Brook House. I cannot remember whether or not I was asked and told a doctor at the detention centre about the torture I sustained in Afghanistan, but my solicitors have confirmed to me that according to my medical records, I did inform a nurse when I first arrived, and I was to discuss it with a doctor. However, I was not offered an appointment for a doctor at the detention centre to examine my scars. If I had had the opportunity, I would do everything not to be separated from my family, including requesting a Rule 35 report. But unfortunately, I did not have this opportunity. I had an appointment with Freedom from Torture when I was detained, but I missed this appointment. Then, when I was in detention, Freedom from Torture called me and asked why I did not attend this appointment. And I said that I was in detention, and they said sorry, and that they wished they could help. ACDT. Whilst I was detained at Brook House, my mental health was very poor. Even before I was detained, I had considered ending my life, and I had even made an attempt to do so by walking in front of incoming traffic. Being detained just made my suicidal feelings worse. Because of my suicidal thoughts, I was placed under constant watch and supervision. The level of supervision was particularly strong when I was detained on the isolation wing, which my solicitors say was called E-wing. I think it might have been because I was seen to be a danger to myself. I was under immense psychological pressure when I was detained at Brook House. I wanted to self-harm but couldn't find anything to harm myself with, such as a knife, as they gave us plastic cutlery. I could not believe that despite the past problems I had been through, the Home Office just took me and detained me in a place I never imagined myself in. This made me feel hopeless. Being observed all day felt intrusive and uncomfortable. At all times I felt like someone was watching me or following me, like someone was filming me. Being watched all of the time actually made my mental health and suicidality worse. I felt restricted all of the time. And here I just summarise paragraph 84 of the witness statement. D2033 cannot be sure why he was under supervision, but believes it might be due to his age or due to his disclosures about his mental health, and notes that when he arrived he was scared, crying and pleading to be put somewhere safe. He says no one explained to him what an ACDT was. He said he felt under enormous pressure and stress, and being locked in and monitored did not help at all. Returning to paragraph 51 of the statement, food refusals. Although I didn't have the appetite to eat or drink when I was at Brook House, I never refused food and fluids in protest at the way I was being treated. When I was hungry, I ate and drank, but often because of how distressed I was, I didn't feel like it. Drugs. I never used drugs when I was detained at Brook House. At one point, another detainee told me it was possible to get illegal drugs, but I did not witness anyone taking or using drugs or illegal highs. Protests. I did not participate in any protests while I was at Brook House. I didn't see any mass protests. But I did see individual detainees doing things like banging doors, sewing their lips together, and cutting their arteries, which I think might have been at protest against being detained. Clinical care issues. As I've explained above, when I was detained at Brook House, I was mentally unwell and psychologically under pressure, and I suffered more than I ever imagined myself due to being in a place like that. I saw people with knife wounds, and I was kept in a room by myself. I always felt stressed, worried, concerned, scared someone would assault me, including a sexual assault, from the day they took me there to when I was released. When I was at Brook House, I couldn't sleep at night due to the concerns I had about my future. When they were doing the registration process at Brook House, I told them I am taking medication. That night they didn't give me medication, and the same the following night. There was a 2 to 3 day gap between when I arrived at the detention centre and when I began receiving the medication. During the time that I wasn't receiving medication, I used to push the emergency button to ask for my medication, and the officers came to me and told them. And I told them I needed my medication or else I will not be able to sleep. I would often have to wait for someone to answer the buzzer, and even then they did not provide me with my medication and did not seem to care about the impact of me stopping taking my medication on me. When they did provide the medication, I would go myself to healthcare to get the medication. I now summarise paragraphs 77 to 79 and then 80 to 83. D2033 recalls that when his uncle came to visit, he brought them his medication, but can't remember if he was able to take this to his room or whether he could only take medication supplied by healthcare. As far as he can recall, he did tell staff he had been prescribed medication, but cannot be sure if he was able to tell them the dose. This was prescribed before his detention by a psychiatrist in the community. He does not know if the Home Office knew of his diagnoses at the time they were made and prior to his being detained. And 80 and 83 summarised as follows. D2033's medical records contain an entry from the 7th of April 2017, where he was asked if he had thoughts of self-harm or suicide, and "I don't know" is recorded. D2033 notes in his statement that he doesn't remember the conversation as it was so long ago, but as far as he can recall, he did not have a Dari interpreter, and so it's possible he did not understand the question. He reiterates that he was feeling suicidal throughout his detention. He cannot recall each specific event, but he thinks he told officers on a number of occasions that he was feeling suicidal and hopeless about his life. Returning to paragraph 56, When I was unable to access my medication when I was detained, I suffered from tiredness and body aches. I also lost my balance and control of my body. I didn't know what I was doing. It felt like I had lost an important part of myself because I hadn't taken my medication and I was so stressed. As I have explained above, when I tried to approach a doctor at the healthcare department to tell him that I needed my medication, he reacted very rudely towards me. After this, I repeatedly asked the officers for my medication, but it took 2 to 3 days before they realised that I was being serious when I said that I needed the medication. There was a bell in my room that I could ring at night and an officer who was on duty who would come to me. It was only when this happened repeatedly that they realised how much I needed the medication. I summarise 82A and 82C. D2033 cannot recall a doctor seeing him as part of his induction or on his first day. He adds that the doctor who was rude to him was aged 50 to 60, with glasses and a greying beard. He doesn't recall anyone else being present during this incident. And then from 82B, I did not feel that the officers appreciated the seriousness of me not receiving my prescribed medication. The staff were very dismissive, rude and harsh, saying things like, "It's not in our hands," and "You must wait." This demonstrated that they did not care what I was going through. Because I had been taking the medication regularly, and then I was forced to stop taking the medication, the consequences were fatigue, body aches, anxiety, bad feelings, and thoughts of self-harm. I was in shock, not only because I did not have access to my medication, but also because I had been placed in a position which reminded me of my past experiences. These acts of detaining me made me feel as though I was reliving the experiences of my past. Returning to paragraph 58 of the statement. At Brook House, all the healthcare department did was to eventually give me my medication. This is very different to when I see my doctor now and I explain all my problems to them and they help me. At Brook House, the healthcare department just didn't care. All I did was go to the pharmacy and took my medication, and that was it. I felt like I didn't have the right kind of medical support at Brook House. The doctor should have sat down with me when I got there and prescribed medication and give me recommendations on what should and shouldn't do, like when I go to my GP now, but he didn't seem to be concerned for my welfare. Although I wasn't happy with the medical treatment I received at Brook House, I didn't make a complaint about it as I didn't think there was anyone there to listen to my concerns. Complaints and oversight. As far as I can recall, I think that there was a complaints box at Brook House, but I can't remember where it was. Although making a complaint about being detained crossed my mind while I was at Brook House, as far as I can recall, I did not make a complaint. I do not feel that I was given the opportunity to raise my concerns with anyone when I was in detention. I was only a minor and didn't know what to do and was too scared and nervous to complain to anyone. As far as I can recall, I did not make any complaints about the way that other detainees were being treated when I was at Brook House. I did not go to the police with my concerns or to anyone else. In reality, no one informed me there was a complaints procedure. When I went to the welfare department, I informed them that I was under 18 years old and that I shouldn't be in detention. However, as far as I can recall, they never informed me of a complaints procedure. I do not know what the Professional Standards Unit is, or the Independent Monitoring Board, or the Prisons and Probation's Ombudsman. As far as I can recall, I was not told that I could complain to these bodies or about the complaints procedure. The day after I arrived at Brook House, the officers brought an imam to me who gave me reassurance and said that we pray on Fridays here. I had no other contact with him. I did go to Friday prayers, but I don't know if it was the same imam who conducted the prayers. I was not able to pray inside my room as there was no space to do so. As a Muslim, I have to pray 5 times a day, but I wasn't aware that the place where the Friday prayers were held was open for praying 5 times a day, and I was unable to pray inside my room due to lack of space. I was unable to practice my religion properly whilst I was detained at Brook House. Because of the emotional and mental pressure I was under whilst I was in Brook House, I was not able to think straight in order to ensure that everything was in place for me to practice my religion there. All I was concerned about at the time was about getting out of Brook House, and so it was not possible for me to think about anything else, such as when I needed to pray or the fact that I could not do so properly. I did not try to find the imam to see if he could help me, as to be honest, I was too scared to leave my room, as I was afraid that somebody might harm me. I also didn't think the imam was able to help me with practical problems. I thought he was there just for religious support. The imam never told me he would be able to help me with any of the concerns I had with being in detention. He said a few words to me, but I don't remember what he said. The welfare department at Brook House seemed helpful to me, and they provided me with some support, but I'm not clear what information they gave to the Home Office regarding my age, or whether they gave the Home Office a copy of my Tascara. And ultimately the Home Office removed me on the basis they claimed I was an adult. I do not know whether the people I met with were members of Gatwick Detainees Welfare Group, but I think this is likely. I was not in contact with any other detainees or visitors when I was at Brook House, and I wasn't aware about any other support organisations. Although making a complaint about being detained crossed my mind whilst I was at Brook House, as far as I can recall, I did not make a complaint while I was at Brook House. I do not feel that I was given the opportunity to raise my concerns with anyone when I was in detention. I was only a child and didn't know what to do and was too scared and nervous to speak to anyone. As far as I can recall, I did not make any complaints about the way that other detainees were being treated when I was at Brook House. I did not go to the police with my concerns or to anyone else. In reality, no one informed me there was a complaints procedure. When I went to the welfare department, I informed them I was under 18 years old and I should not be in detention. However, as far as I can recall, they never informed me of a complaints procedure. And I'm going to read a summary of paragraph 73 as follows. Following a judicial review brought by D2033, it was determined that his removal to Germany had been unlawful. He has received no apology about his detention or removal and says, "That makes me feel that I don't count for anything and they don't care that I suffered these things." D2033 then provides a statement of truth, and the statement is signed and dated 18th of November 2021. And that's at the end of the statement, Chair. It was countersigned on behalf of a diary interpreter on 19th of November 2021. Chair, thank you very much for that opportunity.
If I could thank you, Mr Goodman, for that, and also to D2033. Thank you.
I'm grateful.
Chair, just a quick note on timings. You'll see it's about 1:25. In order to ensure that we hear all of the outstanding read evidence today, we may need to sit a little later than planned, so probably just after 2 p.m. if that suits. Chair, D1713 has also provided a statement to the inquiry. This is at BHM 000018, and I would ask for this too to be adduced in full. As with D2033, Counsel to the inquiry has produced a summary of this evidence. You received a request from D1713 via his representatives that Ms Profumo be permitted to read out this summary. And as you agreed to that request, we will now be hearing from Ms Profumo.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Profumo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as indicated, I now read in the evidence of and on behalf of D1713. I, D1713, make this statement to assist the Brook House inquiry. Although I will concentrate on the time that I was detained at Brook House, I also cover in this statement other events which are relevant to the circumstances in which I was detained there and to my experience in Brook House. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, I've prepared this statement with my solicitor over the course of several conferences which have taken place via Zoom and telephone. I was detained at Brook House more than 4 years ago, between the 31st of March and the 17th of April 2017, and the 20th of April and the 22nd of April 2017, for a total of 19 days. It felt like I was there for a lot longer, and I found my time in detention very difficult. I find it painful and at times difficult to remember the events there because of it. Since being released from detention, I've been diagnosed with depression and PTSD, and I continue to suffer from mental health symptoms. I sometimes become too distressed to continue to speak or reflect on the events I witnessed and experienced in detention. For the same reason, I'm also not always able to date these events. I have, however, tried to describe these and my overall experience at Brook House to the best of my knowledge to assist the inquiry. My solicitors have told me that they have submitted to the inquiry a bundle of documents relating to my detention together with a chronology of events they have prepared and a list of key issues arising from my time at Brook House in particular. I would ask that this statement be considered together with these documents, which I hope will help the inquiry to understand my experience at Brook House. Chair, I then summarise paragraphs 3 through to 16 as follows. D1713 provides some detail about his background. He says that as a child growing up in Nigeria, he was sexually abused, physically mistreated, and forced into labour exploitation. He says that he was also violently attacked in Nigeria because of his sexuality. He goes on to explain the circumstances of his arrival in the UK, his arrest by the police on the 31st of March 2017, and his detention at Brook House later that night. He says he felt depressed and suicidal on his transfer to Brook House. Chair, returning then to paragraph 17 of his statement, I arrived at Brook House late at night. I just felt scared. I was led by officers to a waiting room area. As I was waiting there, I saw a young man, whom I believe was of Indian origin, and had been sitting quietly in the waiting area when I arrived, being approached by several detention officers. I do not remember how many officers there were, but it was more than 2. I heard the officers telling the man that he would be taken away and then proceeding to hold his arms and handcuff them behind his back, despite the fact that he had not been posing any resistance to the officers. Witnessing this made me feel even more scared, and I feared that I could be handcuffed and taken away at any time to be removed to Nigeria. I remained seated in the waiting area for what felt like hours. I was then seen by a nurse. My medical records from Brook House, which I have since seen, suggest that my examination took place at around 5:23 in the morning of the 1st of April 2017. I cannot recall exactly when the appointment took place, but I remember it being very late and in the early hours of the morning. I felt tired and confused. The nurse asked me some general questions about my health and history. She did not ask me whether I was a victim of torture or had been tortured in the past. I have now seen that the nurse's entry in my medical records states that I declined an appointment with a doctor. I was not asked whether I wanted to see a doctor. If I had been asked if I wanted to see a doctor, I would have said that I did. I also do not recall being asked any specific questions about my mental health during this appointment or how I was feeling at the time. I have considered document CJS 007130 as requested by the inquiry. The document indicates that between 03:35 a.m. and 05:56 a.m. on the 1st of April 2017, I was held in room 4A in the CSU, which I understand to be the segregation unit. I'm not sure where in the centre I was, but in the early hours of the 1st of April 2017, I remained in what I would describe as a waiting area with other detainees and staff, rather than a room or cell with beds, until I was seen by the nurse. I do not remember ever staying in the CSU at Brook House. After the assessment by the nurse, I was taken to a room or cell. It felt more like a cell. There was a bunk bed and another bed on the side. The toilet was inside the room, separated by a partition or wall, but with no door or curtain to protect the person in the toilet from view. I cannot remember which wing I was placed on, but I recall that the room was on the ground floor. I've since seen an entry in my medical records dated the 7th of April 2017 at 1928, which suggests that I was on C wing. I also cannot remember the room number, but I have now seen document CJS 007130, which indicates that I stayed in room number 19 on C wing from the 1st to the 17th of April 2017. There were 2 other people sharing my cell. I believe one was a Ghanaian man, named and the name is redacted. I think he was a little bit older than I was at the time, in his late 20s or early 30s. My other roommate was a man from Grenada who called himself, and again the name is redacted. I was not provided with an induction at Brook House. I was not interviewed by any officer upon arrival or given a tour of the detention centre building. I also did not have contact with a detainee welfare officer while I was at Brook House and was not informed of my rights as a detainee. I was not aware that an induction process was or should have been in place at Brook House, or that there was a welfare office there. After I was taken to the cell on the 1st of April 2017, the door was locked. I felt desperate and petrified. I could not sleep or eat, and I remember sitting on the floor of the room not knowing what to do. It was dark. I started having hot flashes and flashbacks to events in my childhood and mistreatment I had suffered, including being attacked and physically abused. I felt really low and started to have thoughts about hurting myself, which scared me. I felt claustrophobic being locked in the cell. It also felt humiliating that we would be locked up all night until someone came to release us in the morning, like animals. When the cell door was unlocked later in the morning on the 1st of April 2017, I came out of the cell and sat on the floor in the corridor. I remained there for what felt like a long time. Eventually, I asked another detainee how I could get to see a doctor, and he told me I would need to go to healthcare. I then went to healthcare, and I asked a nurse if I could see a doctor because I was feeling really unwell and continued to have hot flashes and flashbacks. Later that morning, I was seen by a doctor, whom I now know to be Dr. Saeed Chowdhury, from the medical records that I have since been shown. I told Dr. Chowdhury that I was having flashbacks and that I had scars on my face and on my back, and that I had been mistreated in the past. I also told him that I could not eat. I said that I was scared and I would harm myself. I felt throughout the appointment that Dr. Chowdhury was not fully paying attention to me, or at least he did not ask me many questions about my physical or mental health. He did not ask me whether I had been tortured, or asked to see my scars, or to explain how I had sustained them. He prescribed me sertraline, which I understand is an antidepressant, and I felt in part that that was just a way to deal with me quickly. That same day, I was then seen by a mental health nurse. I do not remember exactly what happened during the appointment, as I had several ones during my time at Brook House, and I find it difficult not to confuse some of the things that happened during each of them. However, I remember that in this first appointment, I told the nurse that I had been abused and attacked in Nigeria. From the medical records that I have since read, I can see that I also showed the nurse the scars I sustained and told her that I was suffering from flashbacks. I do not recall the nurse asking me questions about my scars or whether I was a victim of torture. I continued to have thoughts of harming myself. I also had not been able to eat since I had entered Brook House because I felt so scared and unwell. I now know, having reviewed the documents with the help of my solicitors, that later that day I was put on an ACDT document with hourly observations. I did not know what an ACDT was at the time, but I understood that someone was supposed to come to check regularly that I had not harmed myself. The people who came to do the checks were G4S officers and not healthcare staff. They just knocked on my cell door and looked through the observation panel instead of entering the room. They checked that I was in the room, but they did not speak to me or ask how I was. I have now seen documents relating to the level of ACDT observations that I was on in April 2017. These records appear to be extracts of shift handover notes for the staff. I have not yet seen my full ACDT records, although I understand that my current solicitors have asked for these to be disclosed. The ACDT references that I have seen in the handover notes do not reflect the level of observations that I actually received. Document CJS 0072752 states that on the 5th of April 2017, I was supposed to be observed hourly and that staff should have at least 2 conversations with me per day. Document CJS 0072752 suggests that on the 6th of April 2017, I was to be observed every 2 hours during the night and again to have 2 good quality cons a day with staff. I remember the checks being far less frequent than these recorded levels. The staff at Brook House never approached me to ask me any questions about my problems or my mental health unless I was attending an appointment with the mental health nurse. When they came to observe me, they just checked that I was in the cell. Sometimes, when a member of staff came to check, I would try and have a conversation with them. I tried to open up and discuss my problems with them, but I did not feel listened to or supported when I did so. Early on in my detention, I spoke to my roommate, whose name is redacted, and told him that I was scared I would be sent back to Nigeria and killed. He told me that there was something called asylum that I could make a claim for. That was the first time I learned about the asylum process. I also remember a nurse telling me what asylum was on the same day. I believe, and again this is a reference to the roommate, whose name is redacted, then explained what I needed to do to submit my claim to the Home Office. I cannot remember exactly what I did, but after speaking to him, I sent a letter to the Home Office explaining that I wanted to claim asylum. I did not have legal representation at the time and did not send a copy of the letter to anyone else. I have now had sight of that letter dated the 1st of April 2017. In that letter, I also stated that I felt depressed and suicidal, that I had lost my appetite and was suffering from flashbacks. During the first few days in detention, I saw a mental health nurse on several occasions. The medical records indicate that I saw this nurse for review on the 2nd and the 3rd of April 2017. I remember that I told her that I still could not eat as I felt stressed and scared. The first day in detention, I could not eat at all. I then kept having difficulties eating for several days. Sometimes I did not go to collect my meal at all, and other times I went to collect it, but then I was not able to eat much of it. The food tasted horrible, and I felt so depressed that I had no appetite to eat. No one came to check whether or not I had eaten. I have not seen any records of my food refusal or not collecting a meal, although I understand my solicitors have requested disclosure of any records of this. I started suffering from migraines and crying a lot. The mornings were always the worst part of the day. I also developed diarrhea. I saw a doctor and was given some medication for it. Around this time, during one of the reviews with the mental health nurse, I told her that I struggled with being locked up in my room. I remember that I felt claustrophobic and suffered from flashbacks, particularly of the abuse in my childhood. The cell was always dark and I felt depressed. At the same time, I felt so unwell that I was unable to spend much time outside of the cell and off the wing corridor. I think I spent on average approximately 21 hours in the cell and 3 hours outside the cell on any given day. I was practically always in my cell, as I felt there was nothing to leave it for, and I was too unwell to be around other people. I did not go to the library or take part in any educational courses. Many of the spaces that detainees were allowed in felt very confined. I only left my cell to watch the other detainees play football or to attend evening prayers. The evening prayers were organised by another detainee, a Nigerian man known to me as D3704, organised a multi-faith service every evening before lockup. He was Christian and preached from the Bible, but detainees of all religions were welcome to attend. I felt safe at evening prayer. It was the only time of day at Brook House that I felt okay and ever felt any hope. I remember being asked by the mental health nurse whether I had been sexually abused in the past. I could not explain what I had gone through and still find it extremely difficult to talk about it. From the medical records I have now seen, it looks like this discussion took place during an appointment on the 8th of April 2017. I was still on ACDT observations at the time, but they were less frequent and happened only after I'd been locked up at night. When I had observations, it was still the same as before. They were carried out by an officer who's just checked whether I was in the room. I felt that no one cared how I was. I've read the entry in my medical records, dated the 10th of April 2017 at 14:46, referring to a further review which I had with a mental health nurse. I note that the nurse recorded that I appeared, quote, cheerful and talkative, and that she recorded that I was finding comfort in the church. In the days preceding this appointment, I had claimed asylum, and that had given me a small hope that I would not be removed to Nigeria. I had also met, and again the name is redacted, the detainee who was involved in running the prayer services at Brook House, who helped me to concentrate on that small hope. Attending the prayer services had given me some slight comfort. Despite this, however, I was still feeling mentally very unwell. Every time I returned to my cell, I felt claustrophobic and continued to have flashbacks. I had flashbacks throughout my time in detention. This last mental health review on the 10th of April 2017 was brief, and I did not feel I was given the time and space to explain how I actually felt. After the review, I was not given any further appointments with the mental health team. Some days later, I asked a G4S officer whether I could be seen again by a mental health nurse. I cannot remember what the officer told me, but it was not a concrete answer, and I did not receive a further appointment. I did not have any further contact with anyone from the Brook House mental health team after this point, even though I continued to feel unwell and suffer from flashbacks and nightmares. Following the mental health review on the 10th of April 2017, staff stopped coming to check on me when I was in my cell. Nobody explained to me that I was being taken off observations at that point. I never signed a form or was asked to provide any comments on the closing of my ACDT plan. Having since seen the observation records in the handover notes from that time, I understand that my ACDT plan was closed on the 11th of April 2017. This was not communicated to me at the time. When I next went to collect my antidepressant medication, a nurse told me it was finished and that I did not have a further prescription. I have now seen an entry in my medical records, dated the 15th of April 2017 at 19:50, which states that I had finished my sertraline tablets. The entry states that I refused to make another appointment with a doctor to renew my prescription as the tablets were making me sleepy. I do not recall being offered an appointment with a doctor to renew my prescription. If I had been offered an appointment, I believe I would have accepted. I still felt unwell and depressed at the time, particularly when I was in my cell, and I felt that the medication was at least helping me to sleep. Whilst I was at Brook House, I was threatened by staff and treated in a way that was often degrading and at times outright abusive and offensive. One night, a female officer came to lock my cell. I was struggling mentally, and as I have explained, I found the time when the cell was locked at night really difficult and triggering of my flashbacks. I asked her whether she would lock up a dog, like she was locking myself and other detainees up every night. She responded with words to the effect of, "I would never lock up my dog, but I would lock you up." I was shocked and did not know who to report the incident to or how to make a complaint. I felt humiliated and scared. I felt like I was not being seen or treated as a human being. I do not remember the officer's name, but I believe she was a white or mixed-race woman. She was of large build with dark hair and looked like she was in her 20s. I believe that what I was told by the officer had racial undertones. While the way all detainees at Brook House were treated was inhumane, I often felt that the way officers spoke to and acted around detainees of Black, African, and Middle Eastern origin, including myself, was often even ruder and more aggressive than with others. I remember that one day there was a protest which many of the detainees at Brook House took part in because of our conditions of detention. It was getting close to the evening lock-up time, and some of us, including myself, had not gone into our rooms. I think almost every detainee on my wing, C wing, took part in the protest. It was a form of protest against how we were being treated every day, both in terms of the conditions in the centre and the way many detainees were mistreated and manhandled by officers. We just stood outside our rooms peacefully. Eventually, a man, whom I believed to have been a G4S senior manager, came to the wing and told us that if we didn't go back to our rooms by 9 p.m. and allow the lock-up to take place, we would be taken to the block, which we knew to be the segregation unit. This man was white, of average height, and had grey spiky hair. He was wearing a G4S uniform. He looked as though he was in his mid-40s at the time. I'd seen him around Brook House prior to the protest. I believe he was a senior manager because whenever a serious incident occurred, he was called up by other staff members to attend the scene. He seemed to have authority and carried himself in a commanding manner. The other detainees and I were all scared and did not know what to do. We ended up returning to our rooms and being locked up like every other night. There was no follow-up after the protest, and we did not really get a chance to discuss what had happened, even amongst ourselves, because we were locked up immediately. I was never physically abused at Brook House, but I saw other people who were vulnerable and often self-harming being physically mistreated and manhandled. On one occasion, I was standing outside my room door on the ground floor when I saw an Iranian detainee on my wing, which, as I mentioned above, I understand to have been C wing, walking towards the door opening onto a corridor which led to the outdoor yard. As he walked towards the door, I heard him mumbling words to the effect of, "I want to go, I want to get a ticket." He looked distressed. When he reached the door, he started banging his head on the glass panel that formed part of it. I was quite far from him, so I'm not sure whether the glass smashed, but the banging was loud, and I could see that he was hitting the door with force. Officers then came out of the office, which was near the door, and took the detainee away by force. I believe it was 4 or 5 of them who surrounded him. The officers shouted at him and other detainees to move back, and it was difficult for me to properly see how they were holding the detainee who had banged his head on the glass, but they were clearly using force to take him away. I heard from others that he was taken to the block after the incident. We were always scared of being taken there. If there was an incident, even if it involved a detainee causing harm to himself, you were just taken there. It never happened to me, but I heard it did to others. On another occasion, I saw a young detainee, I believe he was white European, entering the wing, holding his mattress and a duvet. He placed the bedding on the floor of the corridor, across from my room. I was standing just outside my room. The detainee looked unkempt and distressed. I heard him saying words to the effect of, "Kill me, I'm going to die." Soon after, several officers approached him and surrounded him. I cannot remember how many officers were there, but it was more than 2, and they took the detainee away from the wing by force. They surrounded the detainee, so again it was difficult to see, but from the way they were moving it was clear that they were using force on him. As far as I was able to see, the detainee was not resisting. I also witnessed a third incident, when a detainee self-harmed by cutting his hand or wrist with a sharp object while many of us were queuing in the canteen area. I was about 2 meters away from him, to his side. There was an officer in charge of distributing the food and one standing behind the canteen queue. I heard the detainee repeatedly asking the officer in charge of distributing the food to take him to healthcare because he felt unwell and needed his antidepressants, but the officer just ignored him and did not attend to him. The detainee repeated several times that he needed his antidepressant medication, but the officer did not reply to him. The detainee then cut himself with something sharp that he was holding in one of his hands. I'm not sure what it was, but there was a lot of blood. It was only once he'd cut himself and started bleeding heavily that a number of officers attended and took him away. I think the officers came out of their office on the wing. There were more than 2 of them. I do not know where he was taken, but I remember him coming back to the wing later that day with his hand bandaged. I never complained of or reported these incidents. I did not know who to complain to, and I was scared that officers may target me if I did complain, and that I may be taken to the block. I asked my roommates how to make a complaint. They told me that there was no system of oversight at Brook House, and no safe place in which to report a member of staff who had crossed the line. I did not see any other detainee making a complaint, nor did I hear any specific accounts of someone who had complained. We were all scared of the consequences of speaking out in that environment. We were living in fear. Brook House was like hell. I also did not think that anyone would listen to me if I reported these incidents, or that anything would change, because they happened so often and so many officers were involved. I witnessed other detainees under the influence of drugs whilst I was at Brook House. I do not know where these detainees got the drugs from. One of my roommates was addicted to spice and smoked it in the room. I never smoked this myself, but I was scared of the secondary effect that the smoke would have on me. I worried about my roommate as he often looked unwell as if he was coming in and out of consciousness after taking spice. I did not feel I could report this to anyone, as I was scared of what could happen to me or him if I reported it. We were scared to call the officers when someone was under the influence of spice, because we did not know what would happen, and people thought they would not provide medical help, but would instead punish the detainee who was under the influence. I never saw this happening directly myself, but I heard from others that it did, and that sometimes people were taken to the block when found under the influence. For someone to be under the influence of spice was of course dangerous, but I did not fully understand what it could do to you at the time, and we were more scared of the treatment we may be subjected to by the officers if we reported the incidents. I never saw any rehabilitative support being given or available to the detainees who used drugs at Brook House. I witnessed other detainees under the influence of drugs. There was a Moroccan man I played football with sometimes in the yard, whom I once saw sleeping on the floor of his room. I was walking past his room to do my laundry. I believe he was under the influence of drugs at the time, as that type of behaviour was completely out of character for him. Again, I did not report this, as I was scared, and I did not know what would happen if I did. I also once witnessed a young Somali man, I think he was 19 or 20 years old, sitting on a chair in his room with saliva coming out of his mouth. He was dribbling and clearly unwell. I only stopped briefly in front of his door. There were other detainees there. I then walked on for the same reason I described above. At times, I felt that I was at risk of being harmed by other detainees because of my sexuality whilst I was at Brook House. Towards the beginning of my detention, in the first week or so, other men in this centre started making sexual advances towards me. I believe some of them knew I was bisexual. I felt that the advances were in fact a kind of mockery as well as a threat. I was scared that they would harm me. I did not want anyone else to find out about my sexuality because I was scared of being mistreated or attacked. I told a mental health nurse during one of my appointments, which I know now to have been the review which took place on the 8th of April 2017 on the basis of the records I've seen, that other detainees were making sexual advances towards me and that I was not comfortable with it. The nurse also recorded that I said that this was because I was not gay. I do not remember saying this, but I know that I was trying to hide my sexuality at the time. I did not trust anyone and felt that I needed to protect myself. I did not know what else to do about the detainees making advances towards me. I just started to ignore them, and eventually they stopped. I did not speak to the detention officers or healthcare staff about this again. I did not feel that anyone would help, and I was scared that some members of staff may be homophobic, and that I would not be safe because of the way we are being treated generally at Brook House, and on the basis of my past experiences in Nigeria. During my period of detention at Brook House, I did not visit the welfare office. I was not told that such an office existed at the detention centre. I was not aware of what the PSU, IMB, or PPO were, although my solicitor has now explained these acronyms to me. I was not in contact with any charities whilst at Brook House, and at that stage had not heard of GDWG or Medical Justice. I only received support from Medical Justice after I left Brook House and was transferred to Harmondsworth. I was not aware of any support services that I could access at Brook House, other than the evening prayer I attended, which, as I mentioned, was organised by a fellow detainee. External pastors did come to Brook House on Sundays, but I preferred to attend the detainee-run prayers. While at Brook House, I had access to a basic cell phone on which calls could be made. However, I did not have credit on this phone for a long time, and therefore could not use it to contact anyone. Nobody told me that I could have visitors at Brook House or explained to me how I could send a letter to my friends or family. Turning now to D1713's transfer between Brook House and Harmondsworth. On the 17th of April 2017, I was in the laundry room washing my clothes. I was just wearing tracksuit bottoms and no top as I had taken off my t-shirt to wash it. An officer entered the room and approached me. He told me that I was being transferred to Harmondsworth Detention Centre and that I had to get ready immediately. I did not understand why I was being transferred, and the officer did not explain this to me. I explained to them that my clothes were all in the laundry and I had nothing dry to wear. The officer said that he did not care. His tone of voice was dismissive, and I felt that I had no choice. I took my clothes out of the laundry and returned to my room to pack them wet into my suitcase. I put on a wet t-shirt because I had nothing else to wear. I was cold and felt humiliated. I was transferred to Harmondsworth not long after, in a van with other detainees and escort officers. Chair, I then summarise paragraphs 48 through to 49 as follows. D1713 then gives an account of a screening appointment with a nurse at Harmondsworth, in which he says that he reported he'd been attacked in Nigeria and showed the nurse his scars. He says he does not recall being asked if he was a victim of torture or if he wanted to see a doctor for an initial assessment. He also states that having reviewed the medical records, the nurse incorrectly recorded that he had not received any medication for mental health problems, despite having been prescribed antidepressant medication at Brook House. He does not recall being asked any questions about his mental health during this appointment, though he continued to feel unwell and suffered from ongoing flashbacks and nightmares. D1713 goes on to describe a nightmare he had during his first night at Harmondsworth about his experiences in Nigeria, which he informed the Home Office of. Returning Chair to paragraph 50 of his witness statement. A few days after, on or around the 20th of April 2017, officers came to see me. I think I was in my room in the induction wing at the time, and told me that I was being sent back to Brook House. They told me that I was being sent back there for my bail hearing. I felt confused and scared to be returned to Brook House because of how I had been treated there and what I had witnessed, but felt that I had no choice but to comply with the officer's orders. After I arrived back at Brook House, I had a further screening appointment with a nurse. My memories of the screening appointments I had upon transfer to and from Harmondsworth sometimes overlap. However, I remember feeling like the nurse was not listening to me. I don't remember being asked at the second screening appointment at Brook House whether I was a victim of torture or whether I wished to have an appointment with the doctor. I have seen the entry in my IRC medical records dated the 20th of April 2017, which states that I had, quote, no medical or mental health issues. I consider this assessment to be plainly inaccurate. By that date, I had attended multiple mental health reviews at Brook House and had repeatedly told the doctors, nurses, and detention centre staff that I felt depressed and was suffering from flashbacks from my previous mistreatment in Nigeria. I do not know why my mental health issues were not recorded in my medical records on that date. I was at Brook House during this second period for only 2 days. I cannot remember what the number of my cell was during that time, but I remember that the cell was on the first floor. I have since considered document CJS 007130, which suggests that I was on C wing in room number 2. The room had a similar layout to my first cell at Brook House, and the toilet was only partially separated from the rest of the room. I shared that room with one other person. I do not remember my roommate's name, as I only stayed there for 2 nights. The Home Office records I've seen now confirm that on the 21st of April 2017, my bail application was withdrawn. I do not know the reason for this. I did not ask the application to be withdrawn, and it was not explained to me why the bail hearing didn't go ahead. I did not have any contact with the mental health team during this second period at Brook House, even though I continued to feel unwell and suffer from flashbacks. I was not reviewed or asked any questions about my history of torture, which I had reported to healthcare during my first period of detention at Brook House. Chair, I then summarise paragraphs 54 through to 55 as follows. D1713 was then transferred back to Harmondsworth on the 22nd of April 2017. He states that the medical records incorrectly record he declined his screening appointment. He says he did not decline this appointment. He simply struggled to understand why he was being asked the same questions he had been asked only a matter of days before, following his first transfer to Harmondsworth, when nothing had changed in his circumstances. Resuming then, Chair, at paragraph 56 of D1713's statement. It was not until around 5 weeks after I was first detained, on the 6th of May 2017, I know the precise date from the records that I have seen, that I had an appointment with a doctor at Harmondsworth, where I was asked questions for the first time about the torture I had suffered in Nigeria. The appointment was brief, and I did not feel I had enough time to properly explain to the doctor what had happened to me. I showed him my scars. He did not ask me whether I had any related psychological symptoms or how I felt mentally whilst in detention. I was still feeling really unwell. I felt depressed and continued to have flashbacks of traumatic events in Nigeria and nightmares. I told the doctor that I was distressed and that my mental health was not in the right place, but he did not ask me to elaborate on this. I did not feel that anyone cared or that I would get any support. The doctor did not explain to me the purpose of the appointment. I know now from the documents provided to me by my solicitors that the above appointment on the 6th of May 2017 resulted in a Rule 35(3) report being prepared for me. I've now seen a copy of the report in which the document summarises my account of torture and states that the scars he observed on my body may be due to the attack that I was subjected to in Nigeria. Although I agree with what the doctor recorded in relation to my scars being due to the attack that I suffered, I am surprised and upset that he did not record anything about my mental health and the impact that detention was having on me. I've also since learnt that the Home Office responded to this report, accepting that my account met the definition of torture, but deciding that I was to remain in detention. I do not remember being provided with this response at the time or having it explained to me. I have reviewed a Home Office detention review dated the 10th of May 2017, which states that there was no evidence from healthcare that detention was having a detrimental impact on me. This document appears to have been drafted on the 10th of May 2017, 4 days after my Rule 35(3) appointment. I do not understand how such a conclusion could have been reached, given that I was still suffering from serious mental ill health and I had explained my symptoms to healthcare on many occasions. Chair, I then summarise paragraphs 59 through to 64 as follows. D1713 then gives an account of his substantive asylum interview, in which he provided a detailed account of his torture and past abuse. He says this led to him being referred by the Home Office as a potential victim of trafficking. He states that his asylum claim was refused by the Home Office, though he appealed against this decision. D1713 states that he continued to struggle mentally whilst at Harmondsworth, however did not receive any mental health support during his several months' detention there, nor was he prescribed any further medication for his mental health issues. He explains he contacted Medical Justice in around late June 2017, who referred him to the Helen Bamber Foundation for preparation of a medical legal report. D1713 was transferred to Colnbrook Detention Centre on the 2nd of July 2017 and released the following day on bail. Following his release, he was diagnosed with PTSD in 2 separate medical legal reports prepared by the Helen Bamber Foundation in 2018. In July 2019, his appeal against the Home Office's refusal of his asylum claim was allowed, and he was granted refugee status. Returning finally, Chair, to paragraph 65 of his witness statement. I still struggle to remember my time in detention, and particularly at Brook House, but I am willing to assist the inquiry to the extent that I am able, so that what happened to me and others does not happen again. I would, however, prefer to provide any further evidence in writing via my solicitors. Detention has had a long-lasting effect on me and my mental health. I have struggled with symptoms of PTSD and depression since being released. I have frequent nightmares related to my time at Brook House and often feel very low. I easily feel scared if, for example, I hear a door banging, as it brings my mind back to the time I was in detention. I also suffer from flashbacks, which are both about my traumatic experiences in Nigeria and my time at Brook House. I was recently assessed by a psychiatrist, Dr. Galapathy, who has prepared a report which I understand has been submitted to the inquiry by my solicitors. I also understand from speaking to my solicitors that Dr. Gallipathy is concerned about the deterioration in my mental health caused by my detention, including the development of my PTSD and depression, and that he considers that I should not give evidence to the inquiry other than in the form of a witness statement, as it would be too distressing for me. As I mentioned, I find it very difficult and triggering to talk about the events that I have described. D1713 then provides a statement of truth, Chair, and that statement is then signed and dated on the 9th of December 2021. Chair, that concludes the evidence to be read on behalf of D1713, and it just remains for me to thank both you and your team for allowing me the opportunity to read on his behalf, which I know he's also grateful for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Profumo, and thank you to your client, D1713, for providing the statement. Thank you. Ms Moore?
Chair, we have one last piece of read evidence this afternoon in relation to D1234. In total, with the video, it will be about 20 minutes. Before we hear that short summary and see the video, I suggest that we might have a 2 or 3 minute comfort break and then return shortly and finish off.
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll return 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The last piece of red evidence now this afternoon, which relates to D1234.
Thank you.
D1234 was detained at Brook House in March and April 2017. He has not given an account of his experiences to the inquiry directly. However, on the 25th of April 2017, he made a written complaint to the Home Office about excessive force used by officers during his removal from Brook House to Stansted Airport on the 28th of March 2017. This complaint was copied to Harriet Harman, QC MP, D1234's local MP. The Professional Standards Unit investigated the incident and produced a report dated 4th of October 2017, which we have at HOM 002750. In terms of D1234's perspective, the investigation relied solely on the information in his written complaint, as no contact information was available for him following his removal. In that written account, he explained what had happened to him. He said that 8 officers came into his cell on the 28th of March 2017. He said that 2 officers held his head and turned it violently to turn him around, and that he felt a crack in his neck. He said he told officers this, but they took no notice. He said that when he was pushed and he had hit his head on the floor. He said 1 officer held his throat and 1 officer stamped violently on his toes. He said that both of his wrists were handcuffed and the cuffs were cutting into his wrists. He said that his legs were grabbed, pushed upward from the feet, and this caused pain to his knees. D1234 said that both his legs were tied and a strap was applied over his stomach to strap him up, and this was applied over a lump in his stomach for which he was awaiting surgery. D1234 then said that he was thrown into a security van and driven naked to Stansted Airport. D1234 said that he was screaming in pain, asking officers to stop and help him, but they refused and ignored him. He then said that he sustained injuries all over his body, bruises to his wrist, stomach, and several other parts of his body. He said that he was returned to Brook House in a wheelchair, denied access to a doctor, and only allowed to see a nurse. Enclosed within a letter to the Home Office from Harriet Harman, QC MP, concerning D1234's complaint about his treatment in Brook House, was a handwritten statement made by D1234, dated 12th of May 2017. He provides therein his account of what happened, which is consistent with the earlier written complaint of the 25th of April 2017. I will describe how he says he felt during this incident using his own words. I quote, "I was in extreme pain. I was screaming and asking for help. I was ignored and completely helpless and dehumanized. I thought I was going to die. I was thrown into a security van and driven to Stansted Airport naked. I was brought back to Brook House in a wheelchair and thrown into a cell and locked up. The cell was so cold that I was shivering. There was no heating. I was extremely terrified. I thought that I was going to die. I kept screaming that I was in pain, but I was denied access to see a doctor. I was told that I should go and treat myself when I get to Nigeria. I am an innocent man and not a criminal, and yet I have been subjected to the most extreme form of violence and dehumanization. My humanity, dignity, and sense of self-worth was stripped off. I am still having pains and flashbacks. I can't sleep, and any time I hear the jingle of keys or the steps of officers, I feel scared and unwell. I cannot walk properly as I drag one of my legs. I have pains and aches all over my body." And that was from HOM 002492. His medical notes for that period, which are at HOM 002492, demonstrate that on the day of the incident and for 2 days afterwards, he complained to several nurses, and then the following day of pain all over his body and difficulty breathing. When seen by Dr. Hussein Uzarali, the doctor diagnosed him with a soft tissue injury. On the 5th of September 2017, a transfer of crime report was sent to Sussex Police by the PSU via the Home Office, which is at HOM 003398, requesting that they be notified if the police intend to begin a criminal investigation. Sussex Police awaited the PSU's investigation report, which we see from SXP 000030. The PSU considered the use of force forms completed by G4S officers, and we have those at HOM 2496, and the interviews conducted with by the PSU with DCOs named Dix, Sayers, Murray, Alayi, as well as SDCOs Owen, Lawson, Stevens, Jones and Hayes. The PSU also considered video footage and an expert report from the National Tactical Response Group, which was commissioned by the PSU. In short, the officers denied that they used excessive force and say they were using approved control and restraint techniques. They also said that D1234's dignity was protected throughout by a sheet. In their investigation report of the 4th of October 2017, the PSU found the allegations unsubstantiated, although recommendations were made regarding training on control and restraint techniques, on the use of handcuffs in a supine position, head support, and the use of controlling locks. You will hear more, Chair, about the accounts of the officers and the PSU investigation in Phase 2 of the inquiry. You will also hear, in Phase 2, evidence from Mr. John Collier, who's the use of force expert instructed by the inquiry, in relation specifically to this incident. Footage from this incident from a detention centre officer's body-worn camera was retained and has been provided to John Collier and to the inquiry, and a clip of this incident can be played now. If we could play disc 23 S1940003.
Are you going to walk out the room? I have a team here. If you don't walk out the room, they will come and distract you. So you need to stand up. Are you going to go out? Just flick the camera up to protect his mother. Shoot away. We've just flicked the camera up due to his naked to try and protect his modesty, but audio will remain. Just come in a bit and see what you as he's coming up. So now he's coming up. Let's get him up. Okay, he's not engaging, but let's go through the techniques. Sitting.
Yes, I'm trying to. Okay. This is the hour. This is the hour. This is the hour. This is the hour. Jesus. Jesus.
Sits up and you can get away with it. Yeah?
I cannot go into him. Jesus. Break it. Oh Lord. Jesus. Angel Michael. Fire. Destroy them. Paralyze them. Jesus. Your power. Jesus power. Well done. Jesus.
Gus, you need to stand up. Put his head up. That's it.
Jesus. You are my Savior. Jesus, you are
Sean, off the legs, let Gus come round and let's bring him to a standing position. Okay, that's it. That's it. Only one of you on the head, one of you get on. Okay. Low in, you want to get dressed? I'm going to give you this option to get dressed. Keep him up on his places. That's it.
Jesus! Oh! Angel! If you don't stand on your own 2 feet, you'll feel that this.
Can you go in?
Do you understand? My husband was...
Okay, stop. I'm not up. Okay. These arms drive it all the way down through the leg. All the way. That's it. And then you press it. Okay.
Jesus!
Stuff down. Let's clear it. If he kicks out, she'll never give the leg.
Sorry, there's Land of England! Land of England! Land of England! We get men! 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 We get men!
Okay, so Sean, when we get through the next door, we're given the option to walk quietly. If he doesn't answer, we continue the lift.
We get men! We get men! We get men!
Keep your eyes on, like there's no rush in, I want you forward. Okay, so, I'll give it a toss, don't put him down. You're going to walk. No. So obviously that's the answer. Okay. So again, guys, if we want to swap positions round, we need to look at that. Jordan, how are you doing? Just get it done. Okay. Derek,
Hold that there. Hold that on. Hold that on. You've got to take control. Lord, my son is gone. My son is gone. It is over. 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 It is over.
keep going, a couple more doors.
It is over. It is over. It is over.
Keep going. Nice and steady, guys. Don't rush it at the end. Keep the control. Keep the control.
It is
Keep the
over.
control.
It is over.
Keep the
It is
control.
over. It is over. It is over. It is over. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Almighty God. Oh, King of Kings.
Okay,
Oh,
guys. Rest there, put it down.
I am not the criminal.
Rest there, put it down. Put it down.
I am not the
Keep it like that.
I am not the criminal.
Right, so he's got handcuffs.
We'll get a cuff on. Can you copy that, please?
Instruct on.
Can you copy that last page, please?
Copy of
Yeah,
it.
please. Have you got control of the stuff? That's just a trick, okay. If you just want to move that away, like get a cuff in there.
Right, let's get this lot back out,
Cuff
please.
in first.
Derek, step out the way.
Right, release that cuff then, please. We'll bring that cuff round to the front.
Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! Wicked men have surrounded me. Men of lion, men of hungry, men of thirsty of my blood. God, arise from your heavenly throne. Do with me. Do give them double portion. Give them double portion. I am not a terrorist, oh Lord. I am not a terrorist, my God.
Right, Sean.
Come back. Out of the way. Bring that up. Bring it up.
Go through that. Go through that.
Right, now start complying to what you're hearing.
Jesus of your hand. Jesus of Nazareth. In your break,
Come on.
break it.
Bring it round. Bring it round.
Break it.
Just keep your head still.
Break it. Break it. Break it. Break it. Evil men. Evil women. Let me down today. Today, you are there.
Take control of that.
Today.
Get on his knees. On your knees. To your knees. To your knees.
Yeah. Evil men are surrounded me. Oh, they want to eat my body. They want to eat my flesh. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, I am a human being. I am not an animal. I am a human being. Hey! 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 Oh, God! God, yeah! God, yeah! God, yeah! God, yeah!
He's on his knees.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Jesus. Almighty God.
Start complying to what you are.
You are amazing. You are evil. 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 Lord. Is it how they gather against me? Oh, angels of the Lord, gather against them all. Gather against them all. Gather against them all. Angel of the Lord. Angel Mike.
Start complying and doing as you are asked. Bring your head still.
Aye! 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 Oh, Jesus Christ. I am a lucky Lord. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Aye. I can't believe it.
That one drops in.
Oh! 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 Jesus, I can't believe it. A man like this. A human being. Oh, my sister.
Leave that cover.
You are witness to
Another one on you, just use it. Take it twice.
Oh! And you move out like this. Oh, God. Oh, God. God of heaven and earth. God of heaven and earth. Are you not alive? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Gee, I don't know where.
My strength is gone. My strength is gone. Oh, Almighty God.
Keep your head still.
You man. Oh, this is the
She taking it back to the way. Take step.
Jesus.
Just let us do what we've got to do. Let us do what we've got to do.
Jesus. Jesus.
Take 2 minutes and be still. Stay with us. Calm yourself down. Now,
My time is off. My time is off.
Rest.
I will relax. I will tell you now.
Relax. Stand up.
My spirit is
Stand
gone.
up.
My spirit is gone.
No, it's
My
not.
spirit is
No, it
gone.
hasn't.
It's gone.
There you are. You stood
Stand
up.
up. Stand up.
Stop. Well, we need that to cover. You see, just need to cover.
My spirit is gone. My spirit is gone. My spirit is gone.
Put in a pair of trousers.
Head up. Get the head up.
Stand up.
Just watch it. Just watch your head up. So you head up now.
Yes, no, it's fine.
Get the legs up. Legs up. Get the legs up.
Get your legs together. Put your legs together.
I've got it.
Put your legs together.
Calm down. Calm down.
Legs together.
Keep still. Put your legs together. Put them together. That's it. Legs together. Just feel all legs
For your
together.
wrist.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Just take your chance.
That's me.
Come on, get in there. Just down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Chair, that concludes all of the evidence in this phase of the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orman. So that concludes phase one of the inquiry hearing. I'd just like to say that I'm very grateful to all the witnesses who have given evidence before the inquiry over the past 3 weeks. And I am especially grateful to those formerly detained persons who have been able to give their evidence in person or who have had their evidence read in. I personally am very conscious of how challenging and difficult that has been, and I acknowledge their courage in doing so publicly. I would also like to thank all of the core participants and their legal representatives, as well as the inquiry staff. I wish to thank the IDRC for hosting us, and RTS for their technical assistance, and of course to EPIC and the transcribers. Thank you. So the inquiry intends to resume phase 2 of the hearing in the week commencing the 21st of February 2022. We currently expect for those hearings to last up to 6 weeks. The solicitor to the inquiry, I know, is endeavouring to provide further information about phase 2 as soon as possible. Having said that, I'm sure you will all understand that we obviously will need to be mindful of further COVID guidance or restrictions. I remain very grateful for the high levels of engagement that there have been before and during the inquiry hearings, and I very much hope that that continues. I'm expecting the inquiry to hear from a large number of witnesses in phase 2, and they're going to include several other formally detained persons at Brook House, staff members, doctors, senior G4S managers and senior executives, Home Office officials, oversight bodies such as HMIP and the IMB, as well as corporate witnesses from the Home Office and from G4S. The inquiry will also be hearing from the 3 experts that I've instructed. I do recognise that there is a great deal of work to do between now and phase 2, and so I'd like to thank you all in anticipation of that work. And the only thing that it remains for me to do is to wish you a healthy and relaxing, restful break when it comes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All rise.